loud.
Nailed it.
Call the meeting to order for October 26, 2010. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Ms. Osiander. Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
And Ms. Drummond. Ms. Drummond is excused.
Ms. Drummond will be here at about 6:30. She's got another meeting. She'll be here directly. Next item in business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Mayor, would you lead us on the pledge tonight, sir?
Honored to.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item in business is minutes of previous meetings, which are none. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief report today. We announced yesterday the results of the second Energy Watch campaign, in which we asked folks in South Central from Homer all the way up through the valley to help us out in testing whether or not voluntary efforts in conservation would have meaningful results in case we get into a situation this winter or upcoming winters where natural gas deliverability comes into question. And results were about the same as last year, about 2 to 4% decline in usage, which is good. And the polling that was done afterwards shows that 69% were aware of the natural gas shortage in Cook Inlet, 55% were aware of the Energy Watch program, and 33% of the people polled said they participated in the drills. So appreciate everybody's cooperation, including our folks at MLMP and all the other regional utilities. And that's it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item in business is Assembly Chair's report. Just to remind colleagues that Friday we have an executive session that starts at 12 o'clock. It ends at 1:30. This is on the legal fees the city may be facing. So, Dennis, you'll be ready to go on Friday? Okay. And then we have a work session from 1:30 to 3 o'clock on AO 2010-81. Which the administration is introducing tonight. This is the fines and fees. It's on the green sheet that they passed out at our last work session, so bring it with you. And I'm told Debbie O'Sanders has been going through it, and she knows it line by line. So we're going to discuss this. Any questions from Assembly members? If not, we'll move on. Chris, on committee reports, we'll start with you, sir.
No report.
Elvie, ma'am.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jennifer, ma'am. Pat?
Mr. Chairman, at the request of Mr. Starr, I've scheduled a sort of more in-depth review of our enterprise funds, that's Solid Waste Services, AWU, MLNP, Merrill Field, and the Port of Anchorage. We'll be doing that from 1 to 3:30 p.m. on Monday the 1st, anybody in room 155. Anybody who wishes to join me is more than welcome. We'll be going over their capital budgets in more detail, looking at some out-year projections, and also spending some time on their rate flow-throughs. So if there are any questions that you'd like me to ask, if you can't be there, please forward them to me. That's all.
Thank you, Pat. Mr. Starr, our Finance Chairman.
Yeah,
Keeping busy, sir?
Plenty. Last week we had two meetings relating primarily to the budget and a whole slew of emails. I'm sure you're all getting them by now. Last Wednesday we met at the direction of the referral on the ASD guidelines for their budget upcoming, looking for their guidance. It was well attended by the school board. We hashed out a few topics, and it was a productive discussion at that level of committee. As you well know, last Friday we also had the departmental presentations of about half of the department budgets and the directors there. I will say I was impressed with the thoroughness of it and the organization of the day. So I would look forward to that occurring again, not this coming Friday, of course, but a following Friday we should be able to wrap up the departmental presentations to us. Again, the clerk, Barbara in particular, is acting as the clearinghouse for additional information, or direct to Cheryl Frasca for direct reports, or myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, sir.
No report.
Paul?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Public Safety Committee held a meeting on Monday, this past Monday, yesterday, to discuss several items, one being the resolution involving the school district, the guidance for the budget building, particularly pertains to SRO, and when we get into that particular resolution, we'll make a recommendation officially from committee members present, including one non-member. Also, we met on regarding Spice K2 or Salvia. That's also a resolution. We'll make a recommendation official from that from the Public Safety Committee on during that presentation. And further, we had discussions on Station 6 for the Anchorage Fire Department. And again, we have a recommendation from the committee, reference to approval or movement for tonight's action as well.
Thank you. Mike?
No report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Debbie? Okay. Let's go on to addendum to the agenda. If I could get a motion to incorporate, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
I'll go through it. Item 9B5, Resolution AR 2010-316, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly acknowledging the presence and life safety risk of a dangerous street drug, requesting retailers and businesses in Anchorage to voluntarily and immediately remove these dangerous products from sale and supporting efforts to ban these dangerous substances. From Assembly Public Safety Committee Chair Honeman and Assembly Member Gutierrez. Item 9F12, Resolution AR 2010-314, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to name the Anchorage Museum Erasmussen Center, 4th Avenue, 4th floor gallery. Public hearing requested on that is 12/7/2010. Item 9F13, Resolution AR 2010-315, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to name the 9th Avenue Pathway. Public hearing request on that one is 12/7/2010. Under unfinished and unfinished action on public hearing items. Item 11A1, Resolution AR 2010-280S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2011-2012 from Assemblymember Johnston, Starr, and Hall. Informational memorandum attached to its EIM 117-2010. Item 9F11B1, Informational Memorandum AIM 105-2010A. Executive appointments and compensation. Danelle Fagley, Benefits Director, Employee Relations. Diane E. Engel, Director, Health and Human Services. Lucinda M. Mahoney, Chief Fiscal Officer. Ronald J. Thompson, Director, Public Works. George Vacalis, Municipal Manager, Employee Relations Department. Is there anything else that needs added to the addendum to the agenda? To the administration, anything you need to add to the addendum to the agenda? Ask unanimous. Actually, let me go through. Is there any objection to the addendum? Okay, seeing none, now we'll go on to the consent agenda. Need a motion on the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Now we'll go to those things for a little further discussion. Debbie, I'll start at your end tonight, ma'am. Do you want me to start in the other end? I'm sorry, what? Could you turn your mic on? The clerk was having trouble hearing you, ma'am.
Delta 6.
Okay. I'm starting your end this time, but you know, why start at the same end every time? Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull off the regular agenda A1, Alpha 1, and off of the addendum Bravo 5. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Paul?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to pull from the consent regular agenda item 9 Alpha 2, 9A2.
Is that all, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hall, sir?
The consent agenda
982, Mr. Honeman just pulled that.
Oh, you pulled the other meeting? Okay.
We can doubly pull it if you want, or we can just let him do it.
Adequate.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, sir? Mr. Starr, sir?
I have no items.
Pat?
No items.
Jennifer?
9D4.
D or D?
9D4?
D as in dog.
9D4. Anything else, ma'am? Ms. Gray Jackson, anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burt, sir?
No items.
Thank you. Administration?
Yes, sir. We'd like to pull for technical corrections, item 9C1.
Nothing else, sir?
No, sir.
Let's see. Let's bring up the voting on it. Please vote. Yes, we'll approve all those things that are not pulled for further discussion. That passes unanimously by the body that's here. We'll now go back to those things that were pulled for a little further discussion. The first one is 9A1. It's a resolution here 2010-301, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembering and honoring Anchorage firefighter Andrew Lawrence Mullen for his professionalism and service to the community.
Move to approve.
Second?
That's approved unanimously. Who's presenting and who's reading?
I'm reading, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Not sure who's receiving the resolution, Mr. Chairman. Whereas on October 11th, 2010, Andrew Lawrence Mullen, a devoted husband, loving father, and member of the Anchorage Fire Department, died of cancer at the age of 45. And whereas survived by a wife and 3 daughters, Andrew Lawrence Mullen's hallmark activity was to spend time with his children. And whereas, born on March 21st, 1965, Andrew Lawrence Mullen was raised in Long Island, New York, along with his brother and sister. And whereas, on February 24th, 1997, Andrew Lawrence Mullen joined the Anchorage Fire Department and earned the rank of apparatus engineer in 2002. And whereas, Andrew Lawrence Mullen, a 13-year veteran of the Anchorage Fire Department, worked on the dive rescue team out of Fire Station Number 4 on Tudor Road. And whereas a proud member of the Anchorage Firefighters Union, IAFF Local 1264, Andrew Lawrence Mullen served for a number of years on the Local 1264 Executive Board and was still serving at the time of his death. And whereas, in the words of Mayor Dan Sullivan, Mullen was a beloved colleague who regularly participated in charitable events that benefited the community, I know his fellow firefighters will feel his absence for many years. And whereas friends and colleagues recently described Andrew Lawrence Mullen as having a positive attitude and outlook on life and his profession, as proud to be a firefighter and with a smile always on his face. And whereas on Friday, October 15th, 2010, following an honor guard procession from Fire Station Number 1 to the Denina Civic and Convention Center, a memorial for Andrew Lawrence Mullen was held with full honors for a death in the line of duty. And whereas Governor Sean Parnell ordered flags to be flown at half-staff on Friday, October 15th, 2010, in honor of Andrew Lawrence Mullen. And whereas Andrew Lawrence Mullen will be missed by this community and by all of his family at the Anchorage Fire Department. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Andrew Lawrence Mullen for his professionalism and service to our community.
I'm Lene, Andy's wife, and on behalf of Andy, I just want to say thank you very much. His daughters will be very proud. So thank you.
The next item in front of us is item 9A2, Resolution Air 2010-302, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Dorothy Dot Watts for her 22 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. That was pulled by Mr. Honeman.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ask unanimous. Should no objection, that's approved. Who is going to be presenting and who's reading? Ernie, are you're reading? Who's presenting? Elby is, okay. Come on down front. You can take pictures down here. Don't worry about it. Come on, the front side. You get a better picture.
I don't have to see the picture. It's okay if you are.
Whereas Dot Watts began her employment with the Department of Health and Human Services on March 29, 1988. Whereas Dot was one of the 2004 Work Unit of the Year recipients. Whereas during her many years of service, Dot worked on difficult enforcement cases to help keep children safe. Whereas Dot has devoted her entire career to children. Whereas for more than 22 years, Dot has worked diligently to reduce predictable risk to children and adults and has been a vital part of the child and adult care program. Whereas Dot has worked to promote education and training for child care providers, and whereas Dot has remained steadfast in her dedication to being the voice of Anchorage's youngest citizens and truly makes a difference every day in the lives of children and families. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that Dorothy Watts is recognized and honored for her more than 22 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage.
For the record, it's really been 40 years working with children, 22.239 here at the city, and I am very proud to have been a member of the city for quite some time. For those of you who don't know, I'm probably the reason why you have breakaways, because I'm the one who shredded myself wearing this. To the mayor, I would like to say that I'm doing my little part to help your budget. That's my 5-year, my 10-year, but I'd like to keep my 20-year. Also, to the mayor, I must confess I did something that I shouldn't have, and I know I get those announcements about the municipal computer is just for municipal business. However, I did send an email to myself about the success story of the mayor of Mississauga. For those of you who don't know where Mississauga is, it's an outstretched, kind of like Eagle River is to Anchorage, Mississauga is to Toronto, which is where I'm from. So I know the mayor attends lots of meetings to learn how to do wonderful things that mayors have to do. You might want to try and get a hold of Hurricane Hazel. She's been the mayor of Mississauga successfully. Again, thank all of you for the privilege of serving the children of Anchorage. And Mayor, please remember, I know it's very difficult, the budget decisions that you have to make, but children don't have the ability to walk away from things that may be unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you. No to C1. Nobody pulled B5. Yes. Let me ask him. Mike, did you want to pull B5, sir?
I did. I believe I did pull Bravo 5, sir.
Okay, I didn't put it on mine, but since you did pull it, I need a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to pull this to have a little bit of a discussion on it. This is an issue that has come upon us very recently. For those who don't know, there is a new drug on the market. It's something very scary, very dangerous. It goes under many brand names. I actually purchased some tonight. This is what it looks like. This product is called Spike Max. This is what they call it's a cocktail of synthetic cannabinoids. Say that 10 times fast, Mr. Chairman. These were attempts to make a synthetic marijuana that would have the medicinal purposes without the bad side effects of that particular drug. These were failures that ended up in these products that are being sold as incense, but are being mixed in drinks, smoked in pipes, rolled and smoked as cigarettes by a variety of people. They're being sold legally throughout the city, and we've already seen some very serious effects from this. We've seen some serious traffic incidents. We've had teenagers end up in the hospital. Because it's incense, this can be sold legally in a convenience store where a 12-year-old could walk up and buy it. Now, some of the products that are in this are 600 to 800 times more potent than the THC in marijuana, and a 12-year-old could walk into a convenience store and buy it, Mr. Chairman. This is a product that again, has come upon us fairly quickly, but we're catching up. And I'm very happy to say, both at the municipal level and at the state level, we're going to catch up very quickly. Senator Kevin Meyer is introducing a bill before the Alaska State Legislature to ban this product statewide. 10 other states across the United States have done so, and I would predict that you'll see quite a few others in the very near future do the same. Totally support Mr. Meyer, a former member of this body, on that. I think he's doing exactly the right thing. The municipality at the local level, we're working on this as well to try to come up with something. A lot of local government organizations across the country have also banned that. In the meantime, what Mr. Honeman and I asked of the retailers who are selling this at the press conference last week was to voluntarily stop. I don't believe that they knew how dangerous this product is when it was marketed to them. They're members of our community, too. I don't think that they would have purchased it to sell to their customers if they had. We know now, and I am hopeful, what the resolution calls for is to more formalize that as a call from the Assembly. While a ban is being worked on, if folks will voluntarily pull this from their shelves. I am happy to say I went to 2 convenience stores today and failed to purchase this product. I went to a smoke shop, however, and was able to purchase it. They had many different varieties of it. So it is still on shelves in some places. Some people have pulled it. Some people never sold it in the first place. But, Mr. Chairman, I would urge the Assembly to support this call for a voluntary removal of these products from store shelves before anybody else gets hurt misusing this particular product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mike, just a couple of comments. First of all, you know you have no expense account, don't you? So how much did you pay for that?
I paid $25 for a 1-gram packet, and I am told that that is more expensive than a similar amount of marijuana. The difference is we're struggling to catch up with testing on this particular product. It can be tested for now, but it's new. It's very new, so we're struggling to catch up on that account.
Read on the back side into the record. It's got detailed instructions on how to use it, doesn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my eyes are getting a little bad, but it says not for human consumption, and that's how they get around the FDA. These products have never been tested on human beings. We have no idea what the long-term health effects are going to be for people using this, but it says don't mix it in a drink, don't burn it, don't smoke it, which says to your average user, oh, well, that's how I'm supposed to do it. They're cleverly getting around it. It looks very innocuous. It's a pretty little package. And in some convenience stores, I'm told it's sitting right next to the energy drinks that the kids love. So this is a product that's very accessible to young people, and it's something we need to address as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. Those are mine. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Public Safety Committee met Monday, and the members present, including one non-member of the Assembly who was present, it was unanimous that we make a recommendation to the body that we unanimously accept a resolution and also support future legislation banning this product from Anchorage through municipal ordinance.
And Dennis, you're working on this on behalf of the administration and the Assembly to come up with, I believe, an ordinance that will allow us to capture as much as we can on the city level this particular product. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In addition to what we're doing at the city level, we are working with Senator Meyer, as the gentleman indicated, as well as some contact with the governor's office for some interim solution. Also, for those of you who have met her, Jennifer Messick in our office, who is the traffic resource safety prosecutor, does presentations for any state or local agencies that are interested in learning more about this.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Honeman was kind enough to mention the non-member twice. I thought I'd just let Mr. Honeman know that it's okay that if you mention that L.V. Gray Jackson is the non-member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Last time I heard your name is still allowed in the town, ma'am. Thank you. Mike, did you ask them, the Smoke Shack you got this from, what percentage of sales they're making on this product?
I did not. I have heard anecdotally this product has a very high profit margin, somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000%. It's a very easy product to make. People are making it in bathtubs and wheelbarrows. It's cheap to make and ship up here because it's legal. But I did not ask them what the percentage of their sales is. I have also heard anecdotally that other shops that sell it have gone on a selling frenzy, so to speak, a 2-for-1, trying to get rid of their inventory before a state or local ban is in place. But I would hope that one way or another we'll stop seeing this sold in Anchorage.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent on 9B5. That was approved by the body, Madam Clerk. For the record, we did approve it. Next item in front of us is item 9C1. This is a poll by administration for some technical corrections. This is AM 565, 2010. Administration, you asked us to poll that, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. On line 14, it reads 2011 with 2 additional one-year option periods. That should be 4. Instead of 2, replace that with 4.
Moved and seconded.
On line 17.
Okay. The clerk reminds me you don't have a motion on the floor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry.
If somebody we'll move AM.
approve the motion for award.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Now on line 14, change where it says 2 to 4. There's a motion on that, and there was. A second. Ask unanimous, see no objection. We now have it as amended, item 9C1 in front of us.
Okay.
Is that all, sir?
No, sir, I have a series.
Okay.
Because when you change that 4 to 4, it changes a whole bunch of things here. On line 17,
okay.
1,800,000 should be changed to read 3 million.
The clerk would request a copy be brought to her.
I will give it to her as soon as I get done.
Changes, okay. Is there
There's
first
more.
and a second on that?
You want to just do them all at once, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead and get the rest of yours. We'll do it all at
Okay,
once.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 23, change the 1,800,000 to 3 million.
Okay.
On line 31, it reads BP 2011 to 2013. That should be 2015. And the dollar amount should be 2,830,000, 2,830,000 instead of the 1,630,000.
Okay.
And then on line 32, it says 2011 to 2013. That should be 2015. Those are all the corrections, sir.
That's it, sir?
Yes, sir.
If I can get a motion in a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead,
I
sir.
think you missed one on line 22. You'd want to replace both with all 4.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, if we can get a house cleaning motion on all of them. Debbie?
Move to approve the
Second.
aforementioned.
Second.
Moved and second. Is there any objection? Seeing none. That document is amended. And please get a hard copy to a clerk. I'm going to, ma'am. Thank you. She keeps me so straight, I expect to get whacked by her in the head in a minute. Ask unanimous consent on the entire motion. Not seeing an objection, that is approved by the body. Dropping down, we're now on item 9D4, same memorandum AM 569-2010, preparatory purchase of Oracle software license updates and support renewal from Oracle Corporation for the municipality of Anchorage. Jennifer, you pulled that, ma'am.
Yes, move to approve.
Second.
Jennifer?
And I did get my questions in late to the administration, but I had asked at some point if we can just sort of have a basic, and not a detailed itemization, but sort of an idea of what we have for annual costs as far as renewals for our IT. Lots of times, as you've heard from Assembly members before, we're not sure if it's a black hole or where we're going with this, and I just thought of having a report would be helpful. And my next question is are we negotiating on these prices?
Through the chair. To address your first question, we will go ahead and prepare a report of the major maintenance and licensing fees that we incur on an ongoing basis. Additionally, the deployment study that we have started on over the past couple of weeks will bring together many of the IT costs throughout the enterprise, which would include the IT department as well as all of the departments. In regard to negotiating discounts, et cetera, we have a new practice in the IT organization where everything is negotiated to the extent possible. To give you an idea, all of our maintenance agreements and software license agreements we negotiate, and just here in the past 2 to 3 months, we have reduced these costs by $52,000 on an annual basis just by asking for reduced costs. Additionally, we have changed the way that we are looking at the vendors that we do business with, and just by changing a little bit of the way we do this, in a recent acquisition, we will save $70,000. So combined, this is $120,000 just by asking and doing things a little bit differently than the way it's been done in the past.
Thank you.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Ask unanimous consent on this item. Not seeing any objection, Madam Clerk. The minutes reflects that was approved by the body. Next item is item 9D5, Assembly Memorandum AM 570-2010, preparatory purchase of library information services from Online Computer Library Center, Inc.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think anyone pulled that.
I think Mr. Gutierrez pulled that one, or I messed that one up with the other one.
No, sir, I think you confused that with Bravo 5.
Then forget about that one. Let's move down to the next one you did pull, Debbie.
D6.
Yes, it is. Item 9D6.
Second.
Assembly Memorandum AM 571-2010, sole source contract award to the Great Land Trust for wetlands mitigation relating to United States Army Corps of Engineer permit for the Anchorage Police Headquarters expansion project. You pulled that, Debbie.
I did. And I pulled it basically.
Would you move to approve it? And then I'll get a
I already did.
It's been moved to second.
Okay, thank you.
I pulled it basically because I'm having growing concern about the cost of the project. It's about almost a $61 million project, and I think at this time it needs to be reevaluated, and so I'm going to start talking about it, and I plan to vote no, not because I disapprove of the wetlands mitigation, but because I think the project itself we need to slow down. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman has a comment.
Yes, having been at the department for many years, I'll use my bias here on public safety and the many years of delaying and deferring an expansion project. The original purchase, the original building at now Tudor and Elmore was at 4501 South Brigade, then known as, and was meant as phase one of at least a three-phase project, and that was in if memory serves correct, about 1985 and in 84, 85, and so it's been many years that we've been deferring the expansion of this building. We've had many capital budget requests through the state. It's been on the CIP program, and I'm going to urge a no vote on. I'm going to urge that we continue with the mitigation as well as working with the administration on trying to make a workable project on the expansion.
Okay. Other comments from Assembly members? Please vote.
Paul, I think you meant to vote yes.
I meant to vote yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, I made a mistake.
This is not Juneau, sir.
Thank you.
We don't ask you a second time.
Made an error.
I'll bring up the voting. There had to be a technical punching error.
So are we re-voting?
Yes, please vote. We have 10 here. Okay. The vote is 7-3. That item was approved.
Thank you.
Voting in negative was Debbie Osander, Ernie Hall, and Bill Starr. The other 7 members voted in the affirmative on that. That completes those items that are pulled for a little further discussion. Now, if you want to know where we're at, not that you don't already know, but we're down to item 11A. This was AR 2010-280, an annual operating budget of the Anchorage Municipal School District for its fiscal year 2011-2012. Referred to the Budget Finance Committee on 2010. Action was postponed from the October 12th meeting. No motion is pending. Ms. Johnson?
I'd move to approve the S version if my screen would let me.
Second.
We have a technical problem with the machine.
It was on the table.
Excuse me? Huh? There.
I'll provide a second if I could.
Hold on, we'll be...
There we go. There we go.
Okay. Jennifer, you moved the S version. That should be in our addendum to the agenda.
Yes, that's in your addendum. This version is a much better and clearer version than was originally introduced a couple weeks ago. And I have to say that it was Mr. Starr's heavy lifting that got us to a place that the resolutions that I've been part of for the last 2 years has looked at this as an annual resolution and an annual event. And Mr. Starr has added, as far as this resolution, he has added, if you look on page 2, line 4, you'll see that he's proposed a 6-year fiscal plan. And I think this is and if you look in the therefores number 2, it's a 6-year fiscal plan. And I think this is extremely important. I think it's something that's been very helpful with this administration for us to have these more than one-page fiscal plans as we look at down the road and we look at our current economics, but our future economics and how we can afford and what impact we will have on the taxpayers. And I just want to say I appreciate Mr. Starr's efforts.
Thank you, ma'am. Is our system working, or is it having problems?
On the floor.
Okay. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members should have before them 3 amendments on one piece of paper. I'd like to move the first, and I'll just speak to all 3.
Is there a second? Okay. Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would concur with the comments of Ms. Johnson. The S version is in many ways better and more clear than the original version. However, as you may recall at our last meeting, I suggested that holding the school district essentially flat for a second year in a row might be a little bit excessive, particularly since after we held them flat last year, they actually saw our bet and raised us one by not proposing any bond proposals for the April election. So with that in mind, these series of amendments would change slightly the S version and allow the school district to make a 1.6% increase in their property tax collections for next year, as opposed to this 0.6% in the S version. And that number was arrived at simply, Mr. Chairman, by taking the administration's budget proposal, which similarly seeks a 1.6% increase in property taxes. And if there are any questions about the details, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, you're just moving amendment number 1 now?
Well, procedurally, we need to do them 1, 2, 3. Okay. We may as well have all our discussion on all of them right now, though.
Okay. Please cue in if you want to speak. Paul, I think you wanted to speak, didn't you?
Yes, and I for some reason, I'm not getting,
okay.
Well, here it is. I'm sorry. It's back up. I can do that.
Okay, Paul?
I'm going to look for some assistance here with indulgence of the chair here and perhaps the clerk. I've got a couple concerns. Number one, from line 31 through line 33, there's particularly the tail end of line 32 and the whole of line 33 is not correct, not completely accurate. To my recollection, having been to all 3 community dialogues, the Anchorage citizens didn't emphasize, or they're not opposed to local tax until efficiencies realized they were saying in accordance, and basically in a totality, both find duplicities and efficiencies and employ those. They weren't opposed to an increase in local taxes. In fact, 66% of the people were in support of raising local taxes if necessary to keep our necessary funding. So I'm
Paul,
concerned about that. So
could we keep our discussion just to the amendment?
Yes, and that's why I'm wondering if I could, if there's a procedural statement to move to strike line.
When we get into the full document, there is, but we're just dealing with his amendment now, amendment number 1, which is only lines 37 to 38.
Copy. Okay.
So if we could just make our comments on 37 to 38, sir. When we get in the whole document, then yes, it's more than time for you to come and bring up those points.
Very good. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Starr, sir, on just the First Amendment.
I thought he moved them collectively for discussion, so now I'm all 3 of them.
Did you move all 3 or just the first one?
Procedurally, Mr. Chairman, I moved the first one because that's the way we have to do it, but I would suggest that we debate them in their totality as a group.
Point of objection. It's going to make it unclear, Patrick. Could we just do one at a time?
I'd rather just do one at a time. Let's keep it
if that makes
broken down.
Then by all means.
Okay, so, Paul, do you have anything else to say on the First Amendment?
Yes. Again,
this is line 37 through 38.
Line 37 through 38. I would move that we add that the school district not be imposed to fund more than 50% of school resource officers, much as they have in 2010, which is, I believe, along the line with Mr. Flynn or Ms. Johnson's original, which is flat funding on that particular matter, school resource officers.
What words, Paul?
Excuse me?
Write what you want.
I have a suggestion, Paul.
Yes.
Let's deal with Amendment number 1 as he's written it, and if that's defeated, then we'll come back.
Very good.
Or if it's even approved, we'll come back for your amendment.
Very good.
But I'd like to try and keep this compartmentalized so we don't get lost with too many amendments. And I've been there before where we have 3 and 4 amendments and you get lost.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chris, on the amendment in front of us.
I object to the amendment. I think the effort here is clearly directed towards making the school district fully accountable for the costs that are incurred in the operation of the school district, and if it includes parks and rec services, then it should be in there. Speak against.
And you'll be a no vote on it.
I'm a no vote on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other comments from assembly members on that specific amendment? I'm going to bring it up for voting. Vote yes or no on amendment number 1. Mr. Starr, please vote, sir. Apparently you did. I'm sorry. Sometimes it gets a little strange.
Harry's not here. Why not?
That was approved by the body. Your second one.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move amendment number 2, and this gets specifically to the actual dollars.
Why don't you read amendment number 2?
Be happy to. To page 2, section 1, lines 20 through 26. The local taxes collected through the Anchorage School District from the Anchorage taxpayers for fiscal year 2011 through 12 shall not exceed the total local taxes collected for fiscal year 2010 through 11 by more than $3,091,454 which represents an increase of 1.6% over the $193,215,858 collected in local taxes for the school district's 2010-11 fiscal year. The total amount in local taxes for the school district fiscal year 2011 through 12 shall not exceed $196,307,312.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved in second. Mr. Starr on this amendment.
Well, Mr. Flynn just proposed to increase local property taxes by just under $2 million. And I'm challenged by that. How does he know that's going to be enough money to meet the educational goals of ASD?
Mr. Flynn, do you wish to provide him an answer to that or just move on?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I'm not on the school board, so I probably can't answer that question as effectively as others who are in the room. However, as I mentioned at the outset of this discussion, given that we held the school district's budget flat in terms of property tax collections last year, and that they, as I mentioned before, chose not to bring any bond proposals forward for the April election, and that we are contemplating a budget that increases property taxes collected for municipal services by 1.6%, I think it reasonable and fair to afford the school district the same opportunity. They don't have to take it. They can raise less taxes than 1.6% over last year. But I think it's fair to give them the same flexibility we've given ourselves.
Well, I appreciate the answer, but it's a little bit incorrect to compare the 1.6 to the municipalities. We've increased our voter debt authorized burdens by about 1% of municipal taxes, so I think that was the idea with the 1.6. The 0.6 for me is really a justification to transfer over just about enough money to manage the other half of the SROs. And I recognize Mr. Flynn's not on the school board. We had some school board members at our work session, and we've been kind of bantering back and forth amongst, quite frankly, Jennifer and myself on what is and how much is enough money. I don't have the answer to that, but I know there's elected officials out there that do. And I'd like to just ask a question first off as it relates to is this enough money? And I'm going to need the answer before I can vote. So is another 1.93 million of tax dollars enough to meet the educational needs of ASD from the tax burden? So I guess as clear as we can get the answer to that. The other question is more technical, and I don't know the answer to this. Does the school district budget go down based on the number of children it serves? Can anybody answer that?
Maybe a question that we can't get you an answer for, sir.
Well,
Mr. Steiner, do you want to try and answer his question?
Let me give you the first one first, Mr. Steiner. Thanks for coming down. When we serve less children, does the school budget go down?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, the budget for a current year does not necessarily drop, but the expenditures do drop. So the revenues drop and the expenditures drop accordingly, even though traditionally the school board has not relooked at the budget and made a formal adjustment to the budget. When you look forward to the next year, if our projection is down, we certainly reduce the budget accordingly with the projected number of students, the reduced number of students.
So the revenue of the state, though, is allocated. You get less money from the state based on your actual enrollment numbers about now is essentially how it works, correct?
It's a few weeks from now we'll get the numbers from the state. I guess ultimately we don't know final numbers sometimes until December or January even. But yes, once we get that final number, we know.
So the kind of the fact of the matter is that our $193 million was collected last year and sort of given over to the school district. That number doesn't go down. Obviously, you don't rebate taxes to us. Is that kind of, unfortunately, we shift the burden to taxpayers when the state revenue sharing drops per student?
That's also correct.
Yeah. How will it affect next year's budget in your continuation budget, however? Though what I'm getting at is you've got 500 and some students less. You can throw the FTE thing in there if you'd like, but we have less students this year. Why do you need more money next year?
Well, the costs go up. I mean, the cost of the given program, whether it's the cost of paper, the cost of power, the cost of gasoline for the buses, the cost of the bus contract, the cost of all of the contracts for the teachers and all the various other people who provide the services directly to the students, cost of food supplies. Well, the food supplies, that's a separate budget, but all these costs go up on an annual basis. So there is a tendency, just if you follow CPI, this, we're going to have to reduce just to keep up with the cost of living in the various services that we have to purchase in order to provide students to their education. So
your forecast budget that's part of your budget, which we saw last year, is attached to this, and it asks for $199 million, which is about $7-some million increase in that. Shouldn't Patrick raise it to $199 million if that's what it takes to meet your sort of educational goals? I guess I'm flummoxed here with Mr. Flynn's answer that says this will get you to that point, but don't you need $199 million?
I don't know the exact number, Mr. Starr, of what we would need, but it is true that in order to do the same program that we're doing this year without cuts to that program, it would need to be increased by the amount of increase in the cost of providing the program, which is more than the 1.6 allows. It does mean that just as we did this past year, we may have to take a reduction from continuing the program at the same level it was the prior year in order to balance the budget. That is something that we do each year.
So if it stands, obviously, or this amendment doesn't pass, then you're saying you'd have to cut more, which is obvious, is how you're...
Actually, no. The current resolution proposes 0.6. We'd have to cut much more if the resolution fails. If the amendment passes, we have to cut less than if the amendment fails.
Well, aren't you already up against the cut of some $20 million because you have a deficit already?
Yes.
Yeah. What's driving that?
Just general increased costs. Maybe perhaps the superintendent can be...
Well, Mr. Starr, this is Carol Como. It's what he said, to continue our current program and not using anything with the stimulus-funded programs. That's off to the side because it's under local, state, and federal grants. In the general fund, with the increases that Mr. Steiner already referred to, and the increases, the gap between anticipated revenue based on the students that we didn't get this year as the base, and a flat funding at the state level at this point in time, because the state-based student allocation is not projected to go up next year, plus the S version is what we had been looking at, but even with this, we look to have about a $20 million budget gap. So therefore, in January, when I bring a proposal to the board, it has to be balanced. So we will be going through exercises from now till the third week of January to make about $20 million in budget cuts. Every department, we will be talking to all our unions, we will be talking to a lot of people in the community about this before we bring a recommended balanced budget to the board in January.
Mr. Starr, I've got 4 of the...
I understand, and it's just, you talk about that, but 2 years ago, prior to the $85 million stimulus dollars, we saw a budget well in the mid $700 million, and now we're talking about bringing a budget back to the table here with no federal stimulus dollars to that level at $825, Ms. Como, and it's just really hard to keep up.
No, we're not. Actually, we projected in the 4 funds less in the 4 funds than because of the stimulus money going away. We absolutely know it's going away. We're talking the general fund here because that's what the local taxes are part of, and that's absolutely what we're talking about.
Well, again, it's an awfully tough burden to continue to keep coming to the property taxpayers for an ever-increasing budget that's basically, I don't think we're going to be able to keep up. I mean, you've got a labor increase upwards of 7% a year. How are you going to balance that budget?
We are going to look at every aspect. My staff right now is going through every single program. We're going to be talking to all of our unions. As I said, we're going to be doing community dialogue similar to what the city did with a different organization facilitating those, and those will be in very early December, so that we will have the benefit of that. We cut $13 million last year. I don't like to do that, but we have to do it because of the requirements. So we're going to look at every single thing, and there will be program cuts, there will be layoffs, as you are undergoing the same situation here at the city.
Right, well,
thanks, Bill. I've got to move on.
Could I please respond to one thing, though? There was stated a 7% labor increase, and I know the board has never approved any such increase.
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Birch, sir?
Yeah, I just had I will not be supporting this amendment. I guess the concern I have is, and I think we had during our joint meeting, I believe we had an indication that there was going to be a year-over-year decline. This year, as I recall, it was around 200 students, and we have a 160 student decline last year, and it just seems unreasonable to me to have a continuing growth in the Anchorage School District budget when you have a year-over-year decline in enrollment. I know a number of my constituents and rely largely on Social Security for to meet their needs. Social Security recipients, they're not seeing a year-over-year increase. As a matter of fact, I believe this will be the second year that there has not been an increase in those transfer payments. So I guess I really struggle with this. I struggle with any increase to the property tax payer in support of this budget, and I certainly don't support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. Again, going back to Amendment 1, which is going back to the original concerns I had, we're talking about increasing a minimal amount, 0.6%, as Mr. Starr pointed out, which I didn't agree with on the Budget and Finance Committee. It was presented as in toto and wasn't really discussed as to whether it was a recommendation or not from the committee. My concern is that we're again now looking at our administration from the general government thrusting the entire amount, which is, again, more than half, with cost increase in labor and benefits, salary and benefits, of police officers to the Anchorage School District, who does not own a police department. We're essentially telling them to take non-teaching positions, non-certified teaching positions, and try to figure out how they're going to pay for it. And frankly, whether it comes out to the school district or whether it comes out to the general government funds, it's coming out of the same pocket, sir. It may be divided down the road, but it's coming out of the same pocket. I'm concerned we're basically also not recognizing the fact that some cost increases are going up. I trust this administration of the school district and the school board that they're listening to the same message that I am, that looking for efficiencies. The community is looking for efficiencies, and I trust that they're going to do that with the budget and given the guidelines we have. I support the amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pass.
Mr. Chairman, I could wrap up just to...
Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate the concerns of my colleagues about increasing budgets, and goodness knows I've put my time in trying to find efficiencies and reduce expenditures. I'd simply note that we have a certain responsibility for increases in the school district budget, and that we at this body pass increases in rates for enterprise funds, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, ML&P. Those costs show up in the school district's budget. So I think they are deserving of the same budget flexibility we give ourselves as they work forward with their 2011 and 12 budget process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No other discussion? Please vote. This is on Amendment number 2. Amendment number 2 is approved. What was 8-2?
6-4, I think, actually, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, not according to my board. Let's look at the other board. Here's my board.
Problem with the seat of power, sir.
You what? Okay, so show me what this one was.
Better name the affirmative.
6-4. I'll take yours first.
What was the affirmative?
Go ahead and read it.
Affirmative was Ms. Gray Jackson, Ms. Johnston, Mr. Flynn, Mr. Hall, Mr. Honeman, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Those are approvals.
Thank you,
Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Chairman, last
Try
one.
Amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. As soon as I get the button, I will press go. Do I have to withdraw my motion? Okay.
You're all in motion.
Okay, I'll move amendment number 3.
Okay.
And this one's real simple,
Read it.
Mr. Chairman. This is kind of like a payment in lieu of taxes that I am suggesting we delete. It basically says we're going to provide money, the S version says we're going to provide money from the school district to Parks and Recs because the students in our school district occasionally use their facilities as part of their educational process. Maybe when I was at West High, for example, we would run down the bike trail and run around the track at Mulcahy and do our ladders to get ourselves in better shape. It didn't work for me. I think that any citizen can run down that trail anytime they want and hop on the track, presuming it's not being used by a renting user. It's a little bit over the top to apply those charges to the school district. So I would suggest removing that. That's what Amendment 3 does.
Is there a second? Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members.
Yes, sir.
Push your button.
I can't.
Hold on. There we go. There you go. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, this wasn't.
Sister Moore.
I would too. The challenge I have is again, we incur additional costs. When the regional championships for cross-country running are at Kincaid, that's great. It brings all the schools from all over the state to run, and we spend, I dote out, Parks and Rec dollars to clean up the facility and put it back to right. That is a good civic thing. What I'm challenged by is the continuing ever escalation on the fees associated with the pupils to participate in sports. It's $165 now that we charge a family to participate in an after-school sport, and it just keeps going up. That we pay for our Parks and Rec, but yet we turn around and we say, every kid needs to pay $165 for all the additional costs. That's got to stop too. I would want to draw an attention to the topic that, we have a right to basically recollect our costs as well, and I don't sit on the school board. I'm not an elected official to justify those costs, and I'm not the administration of the school district, but I'll be upset if the $165 keeps going up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Perhaps our district representatives could correct me if I'm wrong, but if we leave this fee in, if we do not pass this amendment, will not that participation fee actually be forced to go up to cover this additional cost? My question to the district is, if we fail to pass this amendment, how will you pay these fees? Will it be through additional participation fees to the students and their families, or some other means?
Well, Mr. Gutierrez, these will be part of the discussions as we make the budget reductions. One of the things we do, our fees did increase. We have a family cap that we've had for a number of years for a certain number of students in grades 7 through 12. Once a family reaches $335, that's what they pay for the whole year, trying to address some of your concerns. But the cost, these fees that we charge do not even come close to paying the costs of our extracurricular and co-curricular activities. We just think they're that important. But if we pay these fees as proposed, then we will take that into consideration in the whole cost of our co-curricular activity program.
Thank you. I support the amendment to pull this out, because I think if we leave these fees in, we're only going to force the district to charge families more to participate in extracurricular activities. Their families have already paid for these facilities through their property taxes or through paying their landlord's property taxes if they're renters. And I understand the districts need to charge activities fees. I think if we don't pass this amendment, we're going to make those activities fees even higher than they already are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was going to remind the body that Mr. Rada is here to answer any questions about the analysis the Parks and Rec Department did that justified the fee request.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander, ma'am?
I just wanted to clarify that the way this reads, it's a blanket 70, is it 79? 79, and it isn't necessarily tied to individual use. So it would have to be a school board decision, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. Vote was 8-2. That was approved by the body. We now have in front of us AR 2010-280S as amended. Mr. Flynn, anything?
I'm done, Mr. Chairman. That was enough, I think.
Thank you. I think you've done enough mischief tonight. Any other amendments? If not, let's bring it up. I got to clear this Please vote. This is on the main item in front of us as amended. That was approved 9-1. Next item in front of us tonight. What? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, let's get in the 12s now. Thank you for bringing it up. I'd like to get the others done, but let's go to the 12s.
Wild discussion.
Huh?
Mr. Chair, might I address the body for just a brief second?
Okay.
I just appreciate the fact that we have a resolution that gives us a sense of the Assembly's position on our budget so that we can go forward to budget with some reliance that we know what your position is on what we ought to be able to expect from local taxes. So I appreciate the consideration tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. We appreciate you being here, sir. Next item in front of us on the agenda is item 12A. This is an appearance request. It's Darrell S. Keister regarding clarification of AMC 26.80.050 and issues with solid waste services. Mr. Keister, welcome to the meeting, sir.
My name is Darrell Kester. My home is in Girdwood. After hearing you deliberating over millions of dollars, I feel somewhat reticent to talk about my little problem, but just the same, the incident that precipitates my appearance this evening involves MOA code 2680.050, which I will refer to as MOA .050. The copy of this code, which was given to me on June 4th by the Girdwood solid waste site, clearly states all loads must be covered and or secured in such a manner that no waste will leave a vehicle in transit to a disposal site. The configuration of the load that I took to the disposal site, 6 containers with secured lids, absolutely conformed to this part of the code. Prior to this, I'd taken my loads that way and was never fined or penalized. And as a matter of fact, 2 days later, I took it to the Anchorage Girdwood site, yes, in the same configuration and was not penalized. Code 050 further states that all open loads must have tarps, bungee cords, or sturdy ropes to secure their loads. The foundational question which I'm bringing up is, are all pickup truck loads classified as open loads requiring tarps, so forth? It took me over 3 months after surpassing hurdles of obfuscation, stonewalling, to finally get Mark Madden to declare the bed of a pickup truck is considered open unless it is covered by a fixed shell or tonneau cover. The next sentence, he went on to state that the attendants are trained to enforce the code as written. Now, nowhere in this code do I see mention to shells and tonneau covers. Mark Madden's declaration of open loads causes considerable conflict, in my opinion, with AMC Code 1520.020B6. And time does not allow me to define the problem, but ultimately, if his declaration stands, all pickup loads would have tarps, bungee cords if they didn't have tonneau or shell tops. I believe that good government requires consistency and even enforcement of its codes. And so I'm asking the Assembly in time to deliberate and clarify Code 050. And finally, I'm asking as a matter of principle the return of my $10 fine. And I realize that I'm about as likely to get that as I am an apology from Mark Madden.
Sir, your time's up. We do have some questions for you.
Pardon?
Your time's up. We have some questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Johnston?
Thank you for coming this evening. Are you finished? Before I ask you a question, have you said all that you'd like to say? Are you finished? Have you said all you'd like to say this evening?
No, I have one more comment.
Okay, why don't you do the one more
My
comment?
last sentence was the fact that I really believe that bureaucratic abuse of power, as this is an example, is why people become polarized with their in relationship to their government.
Okay, my second question. With your pickup truck, you had lidded garbage cans, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they were fixed in place by bungee cords?
The lids were faced, the lids, there was 5 of them had snap-on lids, 1 of them I had fixed with a bungee cord.
Were your garbage cans going to be falling out or falling over?
The only way they'd fall over is if the pickup tipped over.
And how many years have you been taking it to the transfer station like this?
Well, I don't know, as long as I've been in Girdwood.
And that's been a while?
That's over 20 years.
Okay. And one of the issues you had is that you had a hand that was severely bruised?
Well, certainly this whole episode resulted in an injury to my hand, but I just don't, I don't want to really bring that up in this forum.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up tonight.
Mr. Birch, sir?
Darrell, I've known you for a long time, and I, for one, want to thank you for bringing this to the attention, because I've kind of had some of the same questions about, it seems to me like an open load. But just to assist, where I can, I would just like to apologize for any damage to your hand. I know I saw the picture there, and I'm sure it was inadvertent, but I, for one, would like to apologize to you for that. And on a secondary note, I do have $10 here, and it's yours, and you can have it on. It's mine. It's now yours, and please accept this. Like I say, I think these things happen. I think it's just it's unfortunate, but I appreciate you bringing this to light, and hopefully we can resolve that in the future.
Chris, you can keep $10, but what I would like to say is the assistant ombudsman. When I asked her if I would have administratively done the same thing in my business, what did she think would happen? And she said, you'd been sued for malpractice. And I appreciate the apology, but by my way of thinking, the person that was responsible for this should be the one that's apologizing to me. And if not that person, Mark Madden. So I appreciate the...
Well, the buck stops here, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. We've got others. Debbie?
Thank you for the picture. It looks covered to me. I just went over to our municipal manager and asked him, he says he's going to look for a legal interpretation of a covered load, and if it needs to be fixed, I'll help fix it.
Thank you.
Anything from the administration? Any comments? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. It's nice to see your hands better.
I appreciate finally being listened to.
Thank you, sir. The next person to speak to us is item 12B. It's Derry Lynn Johnson regarding the hiring of transit operators. Ma'am? Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening. In the interest of the budget and talk of increasing fees, I come here tonight to address the recent hiring
Could you speak in the microphone, ma'am, please?
Of 5 people mover positions. There is a shortfall in the budget. Why then is the transit department not saving money? There is positions were open for 5 drivers and filled with individuals that have no past transit experience except one, who is moving up from Washington to take the job. I applied for the position along with 2 other past People Mover employees eligible for rehire. Even with all the experience of routes, buses, the public, policies and procedures, and excellent safety records, we were not rehired. Why did Transit tell us we were rehireable but not hire us? To give us false hope with no intention to rehire. How can they justify their actions? One person will cost the budget $18.88 per hour for 200 hours of training, $3,776 plus the cost of the DOT physical at Beacon and other incidentals. The 5 positions have been open since August 1st. Senior drivers have been working overtime to compensate the short staff, and most earn $23 an hour. So if you multiply $3,776 into 5 positions, you get about $18,880. But I understand that it costs actually more than that. And I can't tell you where those sources are from. I understand many fees are increasing along with bus fares and other services to balance cost. Why wouldn't Transit hire 3 already trained drivers who show strong interest to work and help cut cost? I believe in local hire and those most qualified for the job. I would assume that if my knowledge, skills, and abilities are admirable, but another individual was chosen, then they would have better credentials than I. As a past MOA employee, I do not expect preferential treatment in an interview process, but I do expect an explanation of how best suited should be defined, as the individuals hired were deemed best suited for the job instead of me and those 2 others. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope something is resolved. And I'd like an answer, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Assembly members? I have one from the administration. Do we have a local hire policy where we give preference to local Alaskans on hiring for city jobs?
Mr. Chairman, Nancy Sarah, we don't have a specific preference for local hires in our hiring, but all hiring is competitive.
Okay.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Paul?
Yes, quick question, possibly through either a city manager or employee relations. Are the hiring of the drivers, are they through a hiring hall, or is it an open application process? Do they have to be members of, I don't know which bargaining unit they would be?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeman, it is a competitive hiring process where the positions are posted and applications are brought in. It's not through a hiring hall process.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from Assembly members? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Back on our agenda, we're under old business, unfinished action on public hearing items. We're on item 11B, information memorandum AIM 105-2010, executive appointments and compensation.
Move to approve the A version.
Is there a second? Any discussion from Assembly members? If not, ask unanimous consent. Should no objection, that's approved. Next item in front of us is item 11C, information memorandum AIM 108-2010, monthly investment report to the Assembly, August 2010. I need a motion on that.
Second.
Discussion from Assembly members. Ask unanimous. Say no objection, that's approved. Welcome, Ms. Drummond. It's nice to see you joined us. Item 11D, information memorandum AIM 109-2010, monthly general government revenue status report to the Assembly, August 2010.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Mr. Starr, sir.
Through the chair, Ms. Mahoney, I asked for some clarification on the ever-present declining revenues in the Fund 181 category items, land use. And in one of your emails recently indicated to me that 181 wasn't recovering with some of the information you had given me before. Where are we at with the Fund 181 as it stands right now? And could you briefly tell the folks what 181 is?
Yes, Fund 181 is a self-sustaining fund set up for the permits that the building association funds. We are currently forecasting the fund balance in Fund 181 to be negative in excess of $2.5 million by the end of 2010.
The number that we were told at the work session for this year, we were at the 612 mark, and then you gave me a number that was closer to 983. Do you remember those numbers?
Yes, the increase or the decrease in the revenue is what drove the fund balance to become more negative.
And the administration has got a plan to sort of present to us, or how do we best address this?
We are waiting to approach year-end, and as we get closer to year-end, we will be looking to restore a portion of that negative fund balance.
The revenue report we have goes through August. When will we see another one?
Well, we will present the September report probably in mid-November.
A couple of years ago, we were trying to get more real-time information in the month of November as we made budget decisions. Can we have something a little closer to the date? The September number is going to be challenging for us if we have to consider a fund balance adjustment already. So I just urge you to crank up the mill and see what we can do to give us some more current information than September.
We work really hard to get you the numbers as quickly as we possibly can, so it's a balance between the quality of the information that you receive versus the timeliness.
I appreciate the conversation. I have them daily with you, and I'm smiling because I'd take a guess from Mr. Moore at this point because he's very good at what he does. I said that at the work session, and your revenue projections are really close. But this one, I'm stopped smiling now. This one concerns me because we're depleting our fund balance, and we need to knock that off. So thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, Mr. Starr's comment reminded me, I did have a meeting with, and a number of us did, with the Anchorage Home Builders Association, and the fund, the 181 fund was discussed there, and there were some concerns there that maybe there were costs that were reflected against that fund that may not be relevant to the program, and without any more details on that, I just wanted to make you aware that at least the Home Builders Association and some of the construction industry had reflected some of those concerns, and I look forward to the budget process and seeing how we can bring that back into balance. Thank you.
Lucinda?
Through the chair, I have also been talking with the president of the Homeowners Association and have been aware of those. We are investigating.
Great. Thank you.
It's on here. Ask unanimous consent on that item. Is there any objection to its approval? Seeing none, that item is approved. Next item in front of us is item 11E, information memorandum.
Second.
Debbie? Travel expenditures.
I wanted to ask if, first off, I wanted to certainly commend travel has gone down significantly over the past few years. It was interesting to read this. I guess my question or concern was you partially answered when you told me that grant-funded travel is not included in this document. I did talk to someone, though, who said that grant-funded travel still goes through the travel committee, and in some cases, grant-funded travel has had to be refunded because it's been refused. And so I'd just like to ask you to look at that maybe more carefully. If it's partially grant-funded, maybe there could be greater discretion in it than regular travel.
If I could, Mr. Chair, the Cost Containment Committee does look at all travel requests, and in some cases, again, even though grant money comes from somewhere else, it's still taxpayer money, and doing due diligence in how we spend any form of taxpayer money is still a valid thing.
I'll share a specific with the municipal manager after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, actually, I share a similar concern, and one of the things in looking at, I think I noted it last meeting as well, and that is some departments are taking a complete zero for 2010 for the travel budget portions of their budget, and some that are professional servers, for instance, in the area of public safety, police managers and/or operators who might make better apprehensions, better cases, so we get a return on our investment for training, have been drastically reduced. And yet I noticed that at the mayor's office that going back to an anomaly of 2006, with the high there was about 22,000. The average travel for 2010 in the mayor's office is actually pretty much on par since about 2004. So I just call on the mayor's office to kind of hold the line. If you're going to set an example, I think that'd be the best way to do it. Thank you.
Could I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The main travel in the mayor's office is to Juneau to lobby for our legislative priorities. And as you know, this year that resulted in literally hundreds of millions of dollars in approved capital requests to the city for our critical infrastructure needs. So I'd like to think that $16,000 in travel paid itself back many, many, many thousands of times over, Mr. Honeman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Ms. Osander for bringing to light, because I just didn't notice it, that this report did not include grant-funded travel. Because when I made this request, I wanted to see all the travel, and Mr. Mayor is exactly right. You know, grant-funded travel is still taxpayers' dollars. So I'm making a formal request right now to get that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any other comments from Ms. Seminary members? If not, any objection to approval of this item by the body? Seeing none, that item is approved. We're now down to item 13A. Before we take our dinner break, I want to get through this Campbell Creek Estuary. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. This is ordinance AO 2010-71, ordinance approving conveyance of a conservation easement on the Campbell Creek Estuary property. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. You'll have 3 minutes and longer if we have questions. Spell your name clearly for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. My name is Vivian Mendenhall. I'm a professional biologist, retired from regular work. However, I'm on the board and a principal wildlife consultant for the Friends of the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge, which is, like many other, quote, Friends of the Refuge organizations around the country, a not-for-profit group incorporated in this state, an entirely volunteer organization which works for the public enjoyment and the conservation protection of this particular wildlife refuge, which extends from Potter Marsh to Point Woronzof, in case you aren't aware of its extent. The main interruption is this section that is going to be conveyed to the city, for which I congratulate the city in deciding to accept this once the complicated property transfers are complete. The ordinance that's up for consideration right now would convey a conservation easement by the eventual owner, the city, to two other outfits, namely the Great Land Trust, who is going to be an interim owner, and the state of Alaska. First, as you probably all know if you were reading your emails today or if it went through, I suggested that although the ordinance that's up for vote is available for public review, the easement is not. And I really don't see how the public can comment on anything, and evidently I represent the public right now, which sort of suggests that they've not had a chance to see anything. We privately got a copy of one stage of the conservation easement on Friday after considerable effort. And may I even say promises that would come up earlier. I don't even know whether the state conservation easement would be similar to this one. I understand that it's normal to provide materials at least a week before the hearing on them. And therefore, since evidently you do not desire to continue this hearing, or if you decide not to continue this hearing, I'm sorry, that there be assurances that this body will also hold a hearing on the content of what we're speaking on right now, namely the conservation easement. That being said, I will send in a separate email my comments because we only received it on Friday. We did not have time to organize all of this testimony. Briefly, we approve of the idea of the conservation easement being conveyed to Great Land Trust and I suppose to the state, although as I say I can't comment on it because I haven't seen it. and in a lot of ways it's well-written. And as a stakeholder, we believe that we have an important role to play in commenting on it, actually. I had some points to make. I can make them in an email later, namely some major elements that need to be improved. For instance, over nearly half of the area is barely mentioned at all in the conservation easement, either its description, its important conservation values, its sensitive wildlife, or the manner in which it would be protected, namely the sea level marsh and the banks and waters of Campbell Creek. Those are barely mentioned at all.
Thank you. We have some questions for you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming, Ms. Mendenhall. Do you have any additional testimony that you'd like to, that you haven't been able to finish? If that's the case, I would like to hear it, and I'm sure the rest of the Assembly would too.
Okay. It's still going to be a brief summary. As I said, we haven't had a chance to. We have the materials written up, but I need to rewrite them a bit because they were written as comments to one of the potential holders. Turn the page. I said we in general think that it's well written, but that there are some major failings. It does a good job with the upland forest section of the tract, which is indeed a valuable resource, a good place for public education and enjoyment, and one of the few upland forest areas near the coast that, in fact, would be in the city park. And they plan to keep it in very much a natural state, with the exception of trails and outhouses and a parking lot, presumably. However, it doesn't cover the wetland area at all, which is the major, very far major part of the refuge, and it also, the portion in the Campbell Creek tract contains sensitive wildlife, the most important of which are the beluga whale, which is endangered and comes up Campbell Creek, the salmon runs, which go up Campbell Creek farther up and serve an urban fishery, the sandhill cranes, which are the only nesting population in the Anchorage Bowl. One of the pairs actually nests within the subject area. Having done a good deal of field work on those on behalf of the organization, I can tell you that it match the rest of the literature. People who've studied them, they're very sensitive to disturbance. They tend to lose their young or just leave the area completely and not come back for breeding. And they're also migrating populations of cranes, waterfowl, and snow geese. All the snow geese, in fact, go on to nest in Arctic Russia. So that, although there are plenty of other areas that they can use around here, sometimes they need that one, depending on snow and ice and so on. My organization monitors both of those as well. There's to summarize a number of things we were saying, there are unresolved conflicts between the sections. For instance, there's a very good goal for the resource protection area, which would be the least heavily used area. They try and keep in a pristine state, more or less, and it's largely the saltwater marsh. The banks of the creek itself, and the bluff that comes down towards the marsh, although I didn't mention that. They say that the goal for that area is to protect natural resource, keep them in an undisturbed state, except as required, to promote and maintain a diverse community of predominantly native species, plants and the animals that depend on them. And as I mentioned, they didn't describe the area at all, or give conservation values or reasons, things that needed to be protected in particular, so that you can't go into great detail, but there should at least be as much as they gave to the woodland section. Secondly, there are specific points where they would allow footbridges, stream crossings, and stream access structures. Now, that is subject, among other things, subject to the review by the holder, which is great, because, at least there'll be biological input on to compare with the education and public enjoyment values. But those two things do need to be reconciled. Secondly, it would allow sewage effluent from the outhouses on the property, which tends to flow downhill and therefore would also wind up in the marsh as well as the forest, I suppose. They say it's sanitary outfall, so it's apparently not a public hazard, as I might add. This is off the point, but there's at least one park I know, and I believe there are a number of others where the outhouses have been closed this summer to save money. Do you like walking in the stuff that people leave there instead?
Harriet, we've been at this for a while, ma'am.
Anyway.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, ma'am.
Sanitary sewage is a powerful fertilizer and does not belong in a natural system.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue? Hearing and seeing no one, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Hall?
Second.
Mr. Hall?
Come up and answer a couple of questions, please.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin by thanking Phil and the Great Land Trust, as well as the Mayor's Office and Legal, for all of the time and efforts that have been put into this, but just checking to see if you have some response to the comments we just heard, Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Of course, we are very concerned about the wildlife resources, and actually we work closely with Friends of the Refuge. I spoke with their director this afternoon, and one of the ways that, of course, it's important to document the biological values, and that's actually done in a different document. It's called the Baseline Documentation Report, and it's 200 pages, and it carefully documents the biological attributes. And so I've represented to Barbara, and certainly to Vivian, that those attributes that she's mentioned will be documented in the Baseline Documentation Report, and that one will have to be updated next year, because one of the things we've promised to the Muni is that we'll remove the buildings on the property, and so we'll have to update it then. So I recognize their concerns, and I'm really excited to work with Friends of the Refuge, because it's an important stakeholder group that has great concern about the refuge, and they're obviously a key partner. So we look forward to working with them on that issue.
Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. I appreciate that. My only comment is I urge support of this motion. There's been a lot of time and effort put into it. Tremendous amount of input from the community in support of this. Everybody's quite anxious to see this done, and I hope we get it finished up this evening.
Thanks very much.
Harriet?
I didn't have anything further at this point, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions, Mr. Hall. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Shepard, thank you. I know, I was getting them around. Sorry about that. Any other comments from Assembly members? Prior to us voting on this, I want to thank the administration for working on this. Dennis, thank you very much for you and the mayor working on this with Mr. Shepard to make sure we're to the point we are now. Appreciate it. Ernie, thank you for leading this effort on behalf of the Assembly. There were some days where I wondered if we would ever get to this point of accepting this land. I think the hue and cry we saw from everybody was to accept this conservation easement for this piece of property. So thank you for diligently pursuing this, sir. No other comments. We're going to vote. Please vote. That was approved unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir?
Before we take our break, I just wanted to announce for our many fans who are here tonight, our next item of business will be the our first discussion of the 2011 budget. And for the information of everyone here, we'll be combining the public hearing on items 14A through 14G. Those are all the budget items. So if there's any budgetary issues to which you wish to address us, we'll be doing that directly after this break.
Thank you. We'll be back shortly. I need a motion to combine the public hearings on 14A, B, C, D, E, F,
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
and G. Any objection? Seeing none, we've combined the public hearings. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Anything else, ma'am? Okay. You have 3 minutes longer, except for you. Set this back to a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Dick. How are you?
I'm good, Dick. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, and Mayor in absentia, I want to talk a little bit about the operating budget coming up for this year. Section 8 of your municipal charter, yours and mine both, says that community councils will exist and provide citizens an opportunity for maximum community involvement and self-determination. That's in our charter. The Federation acts as a pass-through nonprofit entity to accept municipal funds to help and assist the community councils operate. It's done this from time immemorial as far as the city is concerned. There are 30-odd community councils, and not all of them are active. 38 should be. And one of those is Girdwood, which is more of a town. By charter amendment, by code in 240-060, they can only accept $15 per person maximum as membership fees. They can't support themselves. And in fact, I've sat on this body before when the discussion was you shouldn't have to be a member to pay to vote at a community council meeting. And so it only makes sense that the municipality therefore has to support them. Our budget proposition is just a straight budget amendment like last year. We're asking for a little bit less than 40 cents per person to fulfill the mandate in the charter for community involvement and self-determination. 40 cents a person. It helps with mailings, it helps with training, it helps with facilities, it helps with any number of other issues. Again, the FCC is a nonprofit, community councils are not. They can't accept tax-deductible donations. We can. And we can provide them with assistance that, as volunteer organizations, they cannot provide themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dick. Questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any questions, sir. Thank you, Dick.
Thanks.
And another Assembly member comes back. This is old home night.
Thank you for your attention. I'm Charles Wolforth. I'm here to talk about, once again, for another year, to talk about the library and request restoration of funds that the mayor has recommended be cut from the budget. You know, the libraries have had a fantastic year, and I think that you're all aware of the joyous reopening of the Mountain View Library branch, which took place recently. In Eagle River, we had the gorgeous new library that was remodeled and installed. In the previous year, we'd done the Muldoon branch. The community really supports libraries, and we've got the statistics to show it. The Library Foundation has produced some really strong material for you to look at, and I'm sure you're going to be receiving that. But it seems like it's one step forward and one step back. We opened a branch with the support of the voters, with private sector support, and then the mayor wants to close a branch. Now, I want to remind you that the Mountain View branch was opened with a tax cap increment approved by the voters. And when I was here with you the last time, or I guess by letter, we're talking about, yes, that money is going to be allocated to Mountain View. Mountain View will continue open. So there's no question that we need to close a branch in order to open Mountain View. Furthermore, by closing the Diamond branch and leaving us in a situation where there's no branch between Girdwood and 36th Avenue, this huge majority of the municipality without a library branch, the money you save is infinitesimal in comparison with the total budget. In 1985, libraries accounted for 4% of the municipal budget. It sounds like a pretty small amount. Now we're down to 1.8%, because year after year, libraries have been cut during the bad times and have not been restored during the good times. We're starving the libraries, and cutting a branch now is just following in that really negative path. So I would just request that the money be restored for the Diamond Library. I know you're going to be hearing from a lot more library supporters, I hope with patience and interest, and I appreciate your service and listening to my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. We have a few questions. Paul?
Yes, thank you for both your service in the Assembly, Mr. Wolforth, and with the continuation of your support with the Friends of the Library. I had asked a question the other day. We had budget presentation by the library and the librarian. Do you have any knowledge of the number of libraries for similar-sized cities and where the numbers are coming from as far as comparable, or are there comparisons, I guess, for recommended or an average, I guess, of library branches in a city our size?
I wish I had those numbers right on the top of my head. We had a study that was done by a nationally reputed consultant that was funded in part by the Assembly and primarily by the Library Foundation. And we found out that Anchorage is really in the bottom tier, that we support our libraries far less than other communities our size in terms of staff in terms of number of branches, in terms of really all the indicators, even though we have a very high level of support for libraries. I don't have the statistics right in front of me, but I know that we've got those available, and I'll get those to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that there was a number that was out there, and I had it written down in my book. I don't have it with me today, but I was just curious where the numbers, like which authority, which, I guess,
It was Himmel and Wilson, which is a national library consultancy group, and they did benchmarking where they looked at Anchorage compared to other cities, and we were ranking with cities in Mississippi and cities in poverty-stricken parts of the country in terms of our support for libraries as compared to communities that I think you'd prefer to be matched with.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You and him have the distinction of being
holding the same darn seat.
Holding the same, and it's a single-member district, if I remember correctly.
We'll change that in a couple of years here, sir.
That's why you need a doubly skilled assembly member to represent it.
Charles, thanks for coming down tonight. Were you aware, we heard last week that there was some discussion between the owners of the Diamond Center and the library about some sort of consideration of a rent break or something like that. And had you heard anything about that?
I'm aware that those discussions have taken place.
Okay.
I have not been in on them, so I can't give you any firsthand knowledge about it.
Has anybody from the Library Foundation been in on those conversations?
I think we have had members of our advocacy committee that have been involved. My point really is whether that is the best location, whether it's the best rent. Those are all debatable points. But if we cut it out of the budget completely, then we don't have a South Anchorage branch. And what I've been told is that there is room for negotiation. There's room for getting a break on the rent and that sort of thing. But I'm not an authoritative person to talk about that.
Sure. Okay. If you could, you don't have to tell me now, but if you could find out the name of who from the Library Foundation has been part of that conversation, I'd like to catch up with them later, okay?
You bet.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, you were on the queue. Did you have anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I removed myself from the queue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure it wasn't an error on the machine. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Don McDermott. I'm a member of the Friends of the Library, and we recently did a survey, an informal survey, and Mr. Birch, I'm delighted that you came up with the $10 for Mr. Kessel. We want a little bit more for the library, however. Some of you are old enough to remember Sam Levinson, a former teacher turned comedian, or former comedian turned teacher, and Sam told the story about when the family would appropriately or inappropriately conveniently come to visit in their home at around mealtime, and their mother would feel responsible for feeding them. So she would say to the kids, well, kids, when the chicken comes around, don't take any, and I'll see that you get some extra dessert. Well, the library hasn't been getting any dessert for some time, and now you're taking away the chicken. So I think we need to talk about that a bit. $450,000 is a drop in the bucket in the municipality this size. And Mr. Birch, 120 at the moment will keep the Sampson Diamond branch open. Sampson Diamond branch has 7,000 people a month go through those doors, and 6,000 items from that library are circulated every month, and that's with a reduction of 12 hours a week. So the branch is doing remarkably well. The area that's covered by Sampson Diamond is about 40,000 people. It's a lot of people in a community this size. So I would make a plea for the restoration of the $450,000 for the library budget overall, and not closing Sampson Diamond. Sampson Diamond is a real asset to that community. I was there Saturday afternoon for almost 6 hours, and I must have talked to about 100 people, and they loved their library. And if you could see those little kids coming out of there with, armloads of books that in this economy their parents can't just go and buy for them, it would do your heart good. So there it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi.
Assembly members, Chairman Traney, Mayor Sullivan and staff, thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Susan Klein, and I've lived in Anchorage since 1985. I am wearing this sign, but I wrote up something else, but the library is prominent in my testimony. I'm concerned about the deep cuts Mayor Sullivan is proposing that I believe are beyond what is needed to balance the budget. I support taxing to or near the cap. My reason for this is that each subsequent year after we do not tax to the cap, we have a lower cap, which will inevitably mean more budget cuts to an already bare-bones city. We cannot continue to tax well below the tax cap if we expect to continue to live in a city with the types of amenities Anchorage currently has. Most people know of the mayor's proposal to reduce the number of police and fire positions. Now, I wrote this before I knew that there was going to be a library thing here. I'm also concerned about his plan to close the Diamond branch of the public library. You may not know that the Diamond Mall is also a people mover transit center. Because of this, many people who shop there and frequent the library do not have cars and cannot get to another library easily. Mayor Sullivan stated on the evening news a while back that people can just drive to Lusac, but that is not possible for some of the people who go to the Diamond branch. Not only that, but with the reduction in bus service, it will be even harder for people without cars to go to libraries, schools, public meetings, grocery stores, and work. As a part-time bus rider, I have met people whose only transportation method to get to work and grocery shopping is by bus. As it is on holidays without bus service, they walk or take a taxi, as it is now. Times like these call for an increase in funding basic needs such as buses, libraries, and parks, as they are all necessities for those at the lower end of the income scale. They provide places for people to further their education, recreate, and get to work or school. How to fund this? First, tax to the cap. Second, do a feasibility study on a seasonal sales tax and sell it as a way to capture monies from those who visit Anchorage, be it from the valley or tourists. Promote a seasonal sales tax as a way for them, those who don't live here, to help pay for services they currently use but do not pay for, and also as a way to reduce property taxes. Third, raise the tobacco tax. I know some people think a soda tax is better. I've talked to some people who think that, but that may disproportionately impact low-income people. Fourth, tax to the cap. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come and spell your name clearly for our clerk. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Dick Traney, Assembly. Mountain View Library just got opened. I got a problem with that. The problem I have is that we just got through building a state-of-the-art, beautiful library in the same parking lot, Clark Junior High. We own it. Why can't we use it?
Sir, we need your name.
Oh, pardon me, Billy Ray Powers. As far as the tobacco tax, we know that people that are fat are costing society just about the same as people that smoke. So, ladies and gentlemen, go home tonight, take your clothes off, stand in the mirror, look at yourself, turn sideways and look at yourself. If your heart healthy, you're trim and slim and doing everything right, then go ahead and vote and subjugate your fellow man to a sin tax. The purpose of the sin tax is to increase government. I believe we're growing the city government here. You know, we can, and if it's the right thing to do, why 75 cents? Come on. Why not $20 if it's the right thing to do? I mean, we revisit this. How many times are we going to revisit it? If it's the right thing to do, $100 a pack ain't too much, right? Fact is, why don't we just outlaw cigarettes? Understand that this tax won't cost me a dime. I'm not going to buy one pack of cigarettes the rest of my life, I'm sure. But if we're just going to grow government with it, I say no. Any questions?
Questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Spell your last name, please. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Dunning, D-U-N-N-I-G, and I'm here in support of the Diamond Branch Library. I have been a resident in Anchorage since 1989. I've used that library many times, and many times I was using the bus system, and I can attest that is a very vital, important part of many people's lives that I've met down there, as well as mine. Later, I was lucky enough that I don't need to use the bus now, but I still use that library for different reasons. One recently, it was supplemented my books that I needed from UAA that weren't available. The interlibrary system here in Anchorage is fabulous, and I would not want to see the southern area residents lack that accessibility. And also, I have a new young one who also benefits, as well as many young families and young people in this neighborhood and community. So I appreciate you reconsidering the funding to not destroy a very, very vital part of the city of Anchorage. Thank you.
Ma'am, we have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. Mr. Birch, sir?
Hello.
Hi, thank you for coming down. I did recently toured the Lusac Library and had a discussion with the librarian and a number of other folks there. And apparently there's some consideration going to to make the Diamond into a what do they call it, an express library, to go from like 12,000 square feet down to 3,500 or 3,800 square feet, about a third of the size, with with the IT application. I guess I'm just, I have not used the Diamond Center Library, and as a user, I'm just wondering, how do you see the frequency of use as far as, is it more internet use or checking out books?
No. Honestly, I'm kind of disgusted by the lack of funding that has gone there. It is the most bare bones library that I've ever been in. I've used to come from California, and I've seen many, many wonderful libraries in different small cities. Compared to the brand new Mountain View one, it's nothing. I mean, they've expanded the computer part. I don't think that is the vital part of the library. The actual checking out libraries and having a children's book section, to me, is the vital part of the library. And it's a community center.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander has a question, ma'am. She's down there.
Hello.
Hi. You mentioned you were a bus rider. I'm curious if you looked at the impact in this budget on public transportation. It's a lot bigger than the impact on libraries in terms of a cut. Did you have an opinion on that? Did you see that?
Well, this city has a lot of needs. I agree with that.
So you wouldn't balance one against the other?
Not those two particular things. No, there's other things that could be cut, like official salaries.
Do it for free. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no other questions. Anybody else wish to testify? It's fine. Come on down.
Hi, my name is Erica Koich, Koitzsch. And obviously, we go to the library every week. We go to the toddler, thing. And we've been to the Lusac one. It's always so crowded here, and it's not very personal, and there's like too many people here. And I noticed too, a lot of people have they ride the People Mover bus at the mall, and we drive, but it's like if we drive out here, it's 25 minutes. But I know a lot of people use the library at the Diamond Mall because the bus takes them there. And I just saw a lot of people that, aren't as fortunate as us that, I can stay with my kids and everything, but they're looking for jobs or whatever. Says, keep the library open.
Keep the library open.
Anyways, he said it. So, and also South Anchorage is growing. So why are they going to close that one and then have to drive to 25 minutes out, Midtown? So, I think that's all.
We have at least one question for you, ma'am.
Yes.
Harriet?
Thank you so much for coming.
Yes.
What's your child's name?
Asher.
Asher?
Asher. Uh-huh.
Asher. Hi, Asher. Asher, over here. See, I'm waving at you. Hi there. I have a question for your mommy, if you could excuse me for a moment. Thank you so much for coming and for bringing your delightful children.
Thank you.
Did I hear you say that you would normally come here to the LUSAC for LAFSIT, but instead you go to Samson Diamond
No,
because...
I've gone here before, and I'm like, there's like a ton of people, and it's not... I like the Diamond one better, and I mean it's closer to our house. We're like 5 minutes away, so.
So that's
we go there
ordinarily
every week.
where you would go.
Yes. And I
you've
tried to go
come
to
here.
the Midtown one, and my friends are like, go to here, and I'm like, no thanks, I'm going back to Diamond.
Thank you. That's
So-
really important information. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We have 3 other questions,
Oh,
ma'am.
I'm
We'll try
sorry.
and keep it short. Pat?
I just wanted to say, I work in a relatively family-friendly environment, and my son was doing the same thing when I was trying to talk this morning. So.
Paul?
Yes, I thought I noticed that your kids have just recent books checked out from the library. Is that what? And from the Diamond branch, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Just going to note, it sounds like we have a future elected official in the audience tonight, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you for bringing your children here. It's nice to see the kids.
My husband's working in Kodiak, so.
That's all right. Believe me, we raised 8 of them. My wife was always dragging them somewhere.
Yep.
So thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye-bye. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. You don't have to have kids. Come on down.
Hello to all of you. I actually came down here this evening with a lovely little paper to learn about all of you because I'm the one who's trying to help us pay attention to the fluoride out of the water. So when I got here, I was quite surprised to hear...
We need your name for the record, ma'am.
Pardon?
Need your name for the record.
Sherry Mills. Uh-huh.
Thank you.
And I am a business owner in the Diamond Mall. So this was quite a surprise because I did not know that this was going to be on the agenda. So I have been in front of people this whole last week who have been extremely distraught by the piece of paper that was put out at the library where the potential of that was going to close. It is really true that people who do not have cars, this is where they go because they are on the public transportation around town. I cannot tell you, I've been there for about 8 or 9 years, right next to the library there, how many teenagers, how many young adults, how many older adults who do not have computer services at home will come in, how to write a resume, how to do that. I've even offered with people who do not have training in that. I said, well, why don't you go over to the library and try and, do that and come back and show me, and I might be able to make some suggestions. I think we need something like that. You've also got, if that, with an economy, both city budget and businesses that are having a really rough time, that basically will devastate many businesses in that mall who rely upon that clientele that comes in through the library. That is, I thought it was something like 10,000. The man before, and I don't know the numbers, I was not prepared to even talk this evening. But that's 7,000 people who may not have access or ability to get to the library but any other way but through that. And that was all I wanted to say. Yeah.
And we have a question for you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You kind of answered it. Since you offered that your business is in close proximity to the library, would you say that the traffic in and out of there has been a benefit to your business?
Absolutely.
Could you quantify that in some way? Do you have an idea?
I don't have numbers. It was more me hearing this subject coming up. I wasn't prepared. I haven't. It simply was, here I am, and that's something that I am involved in every day. And I thought, well, I could sit back there and say nothing, but I would come forward anyway and mention what I could.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Drummond has a question, ma'am.
Thank you very much for coming, Ms. Mills. I appreciate you taking the time and also your contemporaneous observation of the library. These public hearings are going to go on through the end of November. May I suggest that you ask the people that come into your business if they are in the Diamond Center because of the library. You can do your own survey. And I'm extremely interested to know what you will learn between now and the last public hearing, which is, I believe it's November 26th.
What I did have is I had quite a few customers who came in this last week and, had the piece of paper and said, okay. And they said, we come here all the time to come and see you. And we're still going to come and see you again, but it's going to be a lot less if they close down this library.
I appreciate that, and I would like to hear the results, me personally. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening. Appreciate
Anybody
it.
else wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. We'll need you to spell your last name if you would, please. Must be a library person, huh?
My name is Kat Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E. Every place I've ever moved, one of the first things I've done is find the library. And I was at the opening of the Mountain View Library. We were really excited. And it is really lovely. So I was really appalled to hear that it almost seemed like it was in retribution that Diamond was going to lose theirs. And I like to speak up for libraries all over town. That's it. I'll be back for the FCC, though.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes, I just wanted to recognize, good evening, Ms. Pierce. I haven't seen you in forever, so great to see you again. And, Mr. Chairman, not necessarily just for Ms. Pierce, but before we started losing people, including the two youngsters in the back, I wondered if we can indulge the audience perhaps on just a show of hands or stand up the three generic questions of people's thoughts on the budget. I know they're here for the testimony.
If you wish, Paul, go ahead.
Do you want me to step back on this?
Sure, you can. I'm not a question there. But anyway, great to see you again, Ms. Pierce. Those in the audience, if you would participate, or at least indulge me to participate, perhaps, how many people are here tonight to testify on the budget, actually to testify by show of hands, testify on the budget, including those that have already done it, I guess? How many of the folks in the audience have been to one of the community dialogues that took place this past August? Anybody here went to the dialogues, the community dialogues? Let's get 3 or 4. Okay. There were 3 generic questions, I believe. I could find them in the book, but if somebody wants to correct me, if you'd participate just briefly, how many people here are in support of cutting the budget, the municipal budget, and of course that would take in part reducing services to the community? Cutting the budget, reducing services to the community. Okay.
Anything else, Paul?
Okay. How many people here are in support of maintaining the level of services at this point, even if that meant raising the taxes at least the nominal level up to, say, 3%?
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
Okay. And then how?
You need to continue on.
I am. Just a quick question. How many people here are willing to pay more in taxes and or raise the budget to increase services to the municipality? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record.
Good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. What I'd like to do here tonight is read into the Assembly record. These are some transcripts from an RCA hearing dated Thursday, July 22nd, concerning RCA dockets U0422 and U0423. This is a cross-examination of the Chief Fiscal Officer of the Anchorage Water Wastewater Utility by a Senior Assistant Attorney General with the State Oil and Gas Tax Division. And I have cut and pasted in deference to time. Good afternoon, Ms. Gibson. Good afternoon. Can you turn to your pre-filed direct testimony, T21 at page 24? I'm looking at answer 48, which is the estimated potential refund liability, which I can believe Commissioner Giard had some questions about earlier in the case. There you estimate the potential refund liability of approximately $30 million. Yes. Okay, now, your exhibit GJ3, excuse me, I apologize, 3, and I'm working off the errata. This is your computation of your refund liability. Is that correct? Yes, it is. And there's an asterisk that says the values are approximate. Is that correct? That is correct. How confident are you in these numbers? What we did for this schedule is a high-level overview estimated refund. It is not a per customer on a customer-by-customer basis calculation. Okay, do you recall we asked you about this computation in a discovery request? Yes, I believe you did. Okay. Ms. Gibson, you've now been handed a copy of Exhibit H27, which on the top left-hand side says it's an AWW presentation to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly dated October 10th, 2008 by Sharon Weddleton, AWW Board of Directors Finance Committee Chair. Do you know who Sharon Weddleton is? Yes, I do. Did she used to be AWW's CFO? Yes, she did. Did she used to? Was she then promoted after that to become the municipality of Anchorage's CFO? Yes, she was. So she occupied the position that Ms. Mahoney currently occupies. Is that correct? That is correct. Okay, so I am incorrect then in reading this PowerPoint slide presented by Ms. Weddleton, former CFO of the municipality, former CFO of AWW, to the Anchorage Assembly on October 10th, 2008, which states the liability greater than $40 million plus interest. That's what it says. As of October 10th, 2008, was Ms. Weddleton wrong? I do not know where Ms. Weddleton came up with that number.
Sir, you'll need to sum up. We'll need to move on. Can you send us a copy of that?
I just have like one more minute.
Mr. Birch?
Request that he conclude his testimony.
If you would, please. 1 minute, sir.
You don't believe that Ms. Weddleton would misrepresent the municipality's refund liability, do you? I do not believe she would intentionally misrepresent that. Did you call Ms. Weddleton and ask her how she got her figure? No, I did not. Did you talk to her staff? Well, her staff is now my staff, so did you talk to your staff about how she got those figures? I do not believe we pursued where these figures came from. Okay. Have you ever denied the accuracy or questioned the accuracy of this particular exhibit? I don't believe so. And I'll cut down. Does the municipality or AWW have the cash reserves available to refund $40 million or $50 million? Not that I am aware of. How about $30 million or $40 million? I do not believe so. One brief final comment. I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank the Attorney General for the state of Alaska, Daniel Sullivan, and the Regulatory Affairs and Public Advocacy section of his office for the diligent work they do in representing the interests of those of us out here in the cheap seats from the abuses of Anchorage municipal government and the abuses of the Anchorage Assembly. Thank you for your time.
Chris, anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Debbie, did you have anything, ma'am?
Well, Mr. Mayor, could you come back just real briefly, please? I'm sorry. So basically, your point was that the liability has been stated
I think
two different ways.
And then I'm speaking primarily to item 14D.
Okay.
Which is the budgets of the municipal utilities and municipal enterprises. And I think it goes to the unfunded liabilities that are probably not being addressed in the budgets. I mean, it's not just this AWW thing. It's a lot of other things.
Okay. You want us to be aware that that's
I want you to be aware that there's a lot out there that I don't think are properly being being properly listed, for one thing.
Okay, I know you've paid a lot of attention to this.
Yeah, I think you've
just might
should pay attention as you go through the budgetary process, that there's a lot out there, and it's not just this.
Okay, and there is about, I think it's an 8% and what's the wastewater one in this budget? 10%, 15%, 30%? I don't remember, but there's rate increases in there, Mr. Mayor. You may want to take a look at it.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, for Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
That's why I could never be a mayor.
Mayor. As you probably know, I mean, as you cast your hand this direction at this administration, this is a problem that certainly we have inherited, but it is disclosed in all of our financial statements. This is not something that is hidden, and we've talked about it on numerous occasions. I have publicly, the CFO has, and we actually have a briefing with the Assembly coming up in just a week or so on all the liabilities facing the city. So this is not something that is either unknown or undiscussed, at least not by this administration.
Okay, you might want to check your bonding applications.
We fully disclose this potential liability to our rating agents, Standard & Poor's and Fitch.
Including those bonds of the Anchorage School District?
Pardon me?
Including those bonds issued by the Anchorage School District?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
We fully disclose everything. We are a transparent administration.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you've got anything else, please send it to the clerk so we can get a copy of it.
No problem.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name.
My name's Mary Johnson, Johnsson, and I'm here on I'm a disabled veteran. I served in the Navy, and I've been in Alaska since 1984 after my discharge. And I came here in regard to the safety, the funding, and the routes for Bus 75. I, along with a lot of my fellow veterans, had the only means of transportation is the bus to get over there. Now, the safety of Bus 75, it's very scary because the last bus stop before you go into Cotton Commons is Bartlett High School. Now, the bus driver many times has been forced to cross 3 lanes of traffic to access the light to get into Cotton Commons. Now, at that time, we have many veterans, or many active duty military trying to get into the Muldoon Gate, which is the same place where the VA is. So they're not allowing the bus driver back into the traffic. Now we've got winter driving coming up with ice and all that, so it's very dangerous. My point, and a lot of my fellow vets have said, if they change the routing, the VA should be the last stop before they go to Tacotanu Commons, because that way you're not crossing over traffic, you're going right into the VA, and then they're going right across. That's the one thing for the safety. And let's see. Okay. Now, I've also, since it is the first stop coming out, a lot of the veterans, I'm also a volunteer there at the VA because I retired, and I've witnessed that a lot of guys are homeless. They're temporarily receiving in-house treatment at the domiciliary on C Street. And being a lot of them, the drivers, we have to re-show our bus pass at the first stop. Well, a lot of them, it's their first time to the VA. They've never been there before. It's confusing to them. A lot of them get angry or frustrated when they have to find their bus pass again to begin the route. And so it's very frustrating for them. And then also, I know you have reduced the funding for the transit people, and that's also caused us to have the day, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, where they're closed the day after. Nobody can catch the bus to appointments, and they're still open. So that's a consideration, too. So a lot of us veterans, I kind of represent a lot of disabled veterans, and veterans both that use the VA facility that have been former members of the military. So thank you for listening, and just please consider that.
We have a few questions for you. To the administration first, before we get into the Assembly questions, can you take a look at the bus route going to the VA hospital? I know exactly what they're talking about. So do you, Mr. Vacalis. If you could take a look at the method, if you would, please, sir. Paul?
I just want to thank the administration for taking that note, and thank you, Mr. Vacalis. I was going to ask, you say you represent that. First of all, thank you for your service to the country. I appreciate that as a veteran of the Army and military brat of the Air Force. Have you say you represent several folks that perhaps either tend to...
Personal representative. I'm just speaking out because I don't see any other of my fellow vets here that I know anyway.
Might I recommend then perhaps as you are traveling to and from or collected in as a collective group, perhaps making, as Ms. Drummond said earlier about the lady with the business at the Diamond Mall, perhaps taking an informal survey and perhaps documenting who the people are that can be contacted. It might be helpful, particularly when petitioning the people mover. And that was my other question, which I think the administration has already taken note of. Have you made a formal request or email or written request to the people mover director or through the administration to suggest these changes?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to computer, but I know many folks do, without having to go to the library. And I also live on the south side, so it takes at least 2 hours for me to get to the VA. And that, by the way, it also being the first stop afterward, a lot of us are late for appointments because there's a wait time before they can start over again, which is unavoidable if you're taking 2 hours to get there to make your connections, and sometimes the buses might be late. So that's another thing.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
Harriet?
Okay, thank you very much for coming, Ms. Johnson. I really appreciate your testimony. As a former bus rider in New York City where I grew up, I can appreciate a decent bus system. And that intersection at Ticonderoga Commons is enormous. I was shocked the first time I drove out there. And I don't go out there very often because I live in West Anchorage. But have you made suggestions on the routing to People Mover yourself?
No, I know there's that, what do you call that? Questionnaire thing or something?
Yeah, I would suggest trying that, but it sounds like the administration has been alerted, and I trust that they will be looking at how that's routed. That's quite amazing that you made that observation, and I very much appreciate it. And
I hope
see what we can do.
Done.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. I sound like a broken record, don't I?
My name is Judy Jackson, and thank you for hearing me, everyone. My first thing is about the bus budget, I guess, is what you're talking about.
Take a deep breath. It'll be fine.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, actually.
We've all been there.
I personally am not a bus rider. However, my daughter and my son-in-law to-be are avid bus drivers because neither one of them have a driver's license. They are telling me all the time how they have to be at the bus station at a certain time because the bus gets there, and if they're not there, they'll miss the bus. And it's it's part of my daughter's everyday schedule. Cutting the budget for that would not work for her because she rides the bus everywhere. And it does. It takes her hours to get from one side of town to the other sometimes, but, she's scheduling that. She's learning how to fit that into her schedule. So I am for not cutting that bus budget. I am also not for taxing tobacco products. I am a smoker, and the price of a pack of cigarettes here in Anchorage is the highest that I have ever seen in any town that I have ever been in. And I've been all over quite a bit. I pay more for a pack of cigarettes here than I have ever paid anywhere. And so I'm not for taxing cigarettes. And the last thing I want to say is about the Diamond Mall Library. I have a second part-time job there, and during my breaks, that is where I go. When I sit and read, I watch people come in, and I listen to some of their conversations that they have, and I know that a lot of the adults that work in that mall send their children there while they're working. I've listened to their conversations. I've heard the parents say, go to the library, I'll come and get you when I go on break, or I'll come and get you when it's time to go. And they do. The kids go to the library and they'll read their books, or they'll play on the internet, or they'll do, other things. They'll converse with their friends there or something like that. So I am so not foreclosing that library either. Okay, I'm done.
Questions from Assembly members? That wasn't so terrible, was it?
Not so bad.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the clerk. Spell your last name, please.
Kerry C. Jones, J-O-N-S.
Thank you, sir.
I've heard everything over the last couple of weeks, months, of increasing the budget. Nothing's ever been said about decreasing it, starting with the administration. Cutting the mayor's salary to $1 a month would be a good start. Decreasing property taxes, say 2.5% instead of increasing them. You want to tax sin taxes, cigarettes, soda pop, whatever else. You're not going to stop increasing government until you stop increasing government. Cut the taxes, cut your spending, cut municipal funding for everything except for maybe Furandy. Have you looked at that? Probably not. Turn off your street lights except for intersections. So, basically start with the administration. Cut his salary. Other mayors, other cities have done the same, but he's refusing to. He wants to cut everything else but his salary. Start at the top and then work down. Until he cuts his salary, everything else stays the same. And you cut property taxes too.
Well, thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Who's a library person, as I see by the sign?
Yeah, of course.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Rasmussen, R-A-S-M-U-S-S-E-N. And you're right, I'm here to testify about the library. I'm going to try to break my testimony into two parts. And number one is I look at a couple of sheets here that we on the Library Foundation and the Friends of the Library have developed, which I think most of you have seen, but I probably will send them out to everyone to make sure that you've gotten them. And one of the most striking elements is looking at the library budget 25 years ago was $8.3 million. Today, 25 years later, it's 7.6. And we all know what kind of inflation's happened in those 25 years, how much more expensive, how much bigger our community is. It's just not the way the Free Public Library system is supposed to work. So I wanted to call that to your attention. And the fact that the municipal library is only 1.8% of the library is only 1.8% of the budget. It makes me kind of sad because I am a big supporter of libraries and I'd like to see things funded. I realize times are rough as far as, we have to find efficiencies, but I'm now going to jump over to the Sampson Diamond Library. And I'm from Sand Lake, and we used to have a nice little library over there, but back in the 80s they closed it and said, oh, you can be part of Diamond. And so all of West Anchorage got moved to the Diamond Library, and that's where my kids volunteered when they were teenagers and were involved. And now you're talking about cutting that, which takes away 2 steps worth of library, and I think that's going to be a difficult thing. I was part of the survey that Mr. McDermott was talking about, and I was there for a whole day one Thursday, and all the computers were full a lot of the day, all 15 of them, and people were telling me their stories about, oh yes, I come here to work on my schoolwork, or I come here, I'm a UAA student, I'm doing this, and we like this library because it's right on the bus. And so I'm hoping that some way we can find to keep funding libraries at their current level. I personally would like to see it go up, but that's about all.
Thank you. We have a few questions for you, ma'am. Ms. Osander first, ma'am.
Mary, I'm going to do something that's unfair, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Okay.
I don't think there's anybody who thinks any of these cuts are necessarily good and ideal to make, but it's more of a balancing act. So basically what we have to do is balance the various parts of the budget. There are reductions in here to fire service, to police service, to public transportation, and the library one. But you only chose to speak about the library one. And you can ignore that if you want, but it's an invitation to say something else if you'd like.
Well, I'm glad it's your job and not mine. It's a difficult one as far as finding cuts. I think I was part of the budget dialogues that the mayor put on this summer, which was a fascinating experience. And what I heard overwhelmingly at the one I attended was we want to keep our services and we want to, we don't want to tax, we don't want to cut the services of the small things that have already been cut to the bone. They talked about the bus service and they talked about the library. And I think that was, at least at my session, was an overwhelming message. So that's where I kind of go on that. And I don't want to be pitted against somebody else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Yes, and I could help you out a little bit. I think if I saw it, the number one and number two response choice of all three of the dialogues were if you're needing to cut and really cut from the municipal workforce would be preference of cutting in both the administration and support positions. Is that what you recall as well, as opposed to the other departments, and particularly in the service level?
Looking at efficiencies and, yeah.
Well, I thank you for your trip down memory lane. I don't remember going to the Sand Lake branch, but I do remember years back there was a Mountain View Library branch as well as a Grandview Gardens Library branch, and I remember Grandview Gardens being cut because they use the same reasoning, which, well, you can go use the one in Mountain View. It's not that far up the road, much like when you described from Sand Lake going to Diamond. So thank you for that trip. I don't recall. Do you remember back in the day how many branch libraries there were aside from LUSAC? I remember.
I probably would have to check. A minimum of 8, 9, could even have been as many as 11, but that's just on the top of my head.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify on these issues, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Please spell your last name. Welcome, sir.
Hello, Your Worship.
That hasn't happened since Canadians came here. Let's drop that one.
I'm George Felder, F-E-L-D-E-R. I'm here concerning the library situation. One of the things that I've heard a lot of talk, and everything's valid, but I haven't heard talk much about finding ways to generate income through the libraries. There is a hidden industry that takes place in all of the library branches. There are tutors, there are homeschoolers, there are people coming here that use the library as well as the Diamond Branch as basically their office. They use the city's electricity, they use the city's space and materials, and that's fine, they're the public. But I haven't heard many ideas on how to help the libraries generate income. We could have the money machines, ATMs, we could have all sorts of services that public uses in the library system that would generate revenue. The library is an awesome place for community, and it should be a place where some good minds could think of ways to generate revenue that stays within the library system to help run and cut down on some of the costs to the city. I'm here tonight to pick my son up, actually, because my computer died. The point is, the library is very important, especially to those people that don't have the resources to pay the cost for the $175 college library books these days. I mean, when you go to the school now, and you have books in your class that you have to buy, some of those things are $200, $300, and people don't have the money for that. So they come to the library, and they use electronic resources. There's just so much that the library is used for that is not caught on any record, any stat sheet. This place and all the different branches are vital to a strong middle class, and it is extremely vital to those people that don't have good income. I work for the library. 2/3 of my salary comes back to the city, so I'm not complaining. I'm glad to have a good job. What I'm saying is we have to find some really good ways to generate some revenue. Most of the time when you talk about budgets, you talk about cutting. Some of you are some of the smartest people in this state. There's got to be a way to get together and say, how can we make money? in the library system? How can we find a way to generate revenue to help out the people that are working here? If someone gets sick, it's really tough now. If one person doesn't come in, you find yourself doing the job of 2 or 3 people. The only point I'm making is that the library system is vital because it has a direct link to the quality of the city that we live in. And the opportunity for poor children or low-income people or people that don't have a decent budget to get to the library to study those extra hours, it's important. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. We have a few questions, if you don't mind, sir. Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Felder, for your testimony. It's very succinct and also on point. I like the idea of being creative. I'm kind of loath with the municipality being a revenue generator for any reason. I don't believe government's role is to make money. But I do believe that there are opportunities such as the ATM machine. There's usually some financial institutions that will pay a percentage of the use or guarantee a certain amount of transactional cost. Might be something to work into. Also, much like I know there's a coffee shop upstairs in this branch, maybe perhaps some concessions, some funding office, some concessions may be researched. My other concern is, of course, oftentimes some of that money goes directly back to the general government, doesn't stay within the library system of itself. So I know that there's some challenges there that would have to be looked into. So I thank you for the opportunity, not just to bring up complaints about a cut per se, not necessarily that you were pointing out some things, but you actually came to the table with some solutions or potential possible solutions, fairly creative, and I thank you for that.
Mr. Starr, sir.
I appreciate your tone. It was well spoken. I wish I could eloquently say it. It isn't to correct you necessarily. It's to explain some of the challenges that I see. Your wording was cuts to the budget, and the other woman spoke about reduced funding. The challenge we have is that, and I don't want to mince words here necessarily, but almost every departmental budget's increasing. What I think people need to illustrate a little bit clearer is that what's the problem with the mayor's budget from, I think, your perspective, you're trying to say it's not increasing enough. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're not cutting per se. What I term to think is we're not raising it enough. And there's a nuance there because people are interpreting that funding is being slashed and things like that. Police and fire, all those budgets are significantly higher than they were last year. And the reason I correct that is because I want it to be clear that there is increases in the budget. There are pressures to raise it. So when you use the words that we're cutting, I'm still increasing funding. I may not be increasing it to the level that you would want me to make amendments to the budget, but help us with that nuance if you can in terms of where we're cutting. I think it's just a matter of not raising it enough. Thank you.
I don't have a problem with you guys doing your job. I know you have to do it, but for the public, all we hear is cut. No matter what you say to us, we hear cuts. So all I'm saying is, with the minds we have in this state, the minds that we have in the people that serve the government, that serve the people, there's got to be some folks that can sit down and come up with some ways, to have a positive influence as far as revenue.
I don't want to turn this into a debate, and it wasn't
okay.
to be disrespectful to your public testimony. It was really to illustrate the fact that budgets are increasing. It's just, I think the challenge there is the public does perceive it as sort of a slash and cut, and by all means, I don't believe that's occurring. So thank you.
Sir, the mayor has a comment. Mr. Mayor, sir?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming out and testifying today. I appreciated your testimony in talking about new ways to generate revenue for the library, because I've had this conversation with the library director and some of the supporters. One of the ideas I had is, you go to any store nowadays, whether it's a restaurant or a retail store, and you can get a gift card that you can load up with, say, $100 worth of purchase. And I suggested that the library do that, and those that could afford it, just as a way to help the library, buys a $100 gift card and pays 10 cents a swipe to check out a book. You get quite a bit of value out of that many swipes, and you're contributing to your library. It's fairly easy to implement. So that was one idea I had. Do you think people would use that if they were,
Well, the public that I see, the library lovers, they don't have a problem with paying to help out. If you have a mechanism in place, if there's a vehicle in place.
Talk more into your mic, please.
Oh, I'm
sorry to bother you, but we want to get
If there's a mechanism in place where they could pay some small fee for some things, a lot of them would do it without hesitation. People often are talking about donating to the library and things like that. When I'm talking about, we need to develop a vehicle that allows people to help. And we do it in a lot of ways, cancer and other things. But the library is vital to a lot of people, and they do care. I pay my fines, if I have a fee for a late book or something, I pay them because I know it's important. My children are taught the same thing. And so there's got to be a way to come up to create a vehicle where people can help the library generate funds, or the city agencies around town.
Yeah, I agree.
We live in a great place. You either got to start paying taxes or things go away. I understand all of that. But we've got to use some of this brain power to come up with ways to keep the services that we have, to make it one of the finest cities in the world. I mean, this is a great place. It really is a great place. I stayed here in Alaska because I haven't been any other place like this. And people do care. And I think what our leaders have to do is find ways for us to help, come up with vehicles and make the suggestions to us for us to get on board.
But my question was, do you think that people would use a mechanism like that?
I think they would.
Yeah.
I would.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Honeman?
Just a follow-up to Mr. Starr, I know not to make a pick or anything, but I just wanted to point out that both, I just checked real quick in the book, and of course there could be some changes, but as proposed, both police and the fire budget really haven't gone up significantly. In fact, you might notice that, particularly in the fire situation, it went down 0.4%, and then I think police is somewhere in that same line. So, you're right, the public does hear cut, and particularly in the area of service level. So the irony is, and I should have included this in one of the proposals for questions, is that how many people believe that it's okay and it's right that the budget actually is going up a bit, and yet services are going down. And so, frankly, we're paying more for less. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for hearing me.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Otherwise, she beats me.
Good evening. How y'all doing? My name is Mark Oppegaard. Last name spelled O-P-P-E-G-A-A-R-D. I'm here tonight to ask a question of the Assembly. Excuse me. I've got a handout here, if I could hand them out to you.
Go ahead, sir. Give them to the clerk, and she'll make distribution, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mayor, and your panel. My name is Mark Oppegaard, and I have some concerns regarding the closures and reduced hours at the Kincaid Motorsports Park. Over the last 3 years, we've had a loss of over 52%, 53% of open use to the open public. And I've been to 3 or 4 park director meetings, as I was advised by Ms. Osiander. I've attempted for the last 2 or 3 years to get some of the lost time returned. My concerns aren't for the Anchorage Racing Lions, the club that races there, but for John Q. Public, the other 75% of group of people that race there. You can see after the first 3 letters of my cover letter, I have a letter to Vic Malazzi and the advisory board, and then I went to an advisory board meeting and again read the letter to them. I received a response from Eric McCallum. I wrote a second letter. The response was not positive enough. I wrote a second letter to Parks and Rec directors, and their response, 2-page responses at the back. I was told the reason for the closures was to prevent vandalism and illegal riding on the Sandhill and ski joring and cross-country ski trails nearby. It seems there could be other alternatives to just closing the park. To close the park to the hundreds of people who use this area without any public notice just isn't right. A public process could possibly help the advisory board figure out a way to keep the park open and prevent vandalism. An example of such motorized vandalism would be to build a fence or something to keep the motorized users from entering the ski joring trails. With the advice of Debbie Osiander, I'm formally requesting the Assembly to address this closure issue. And as I said before, I've had several meetings with Parks and Recs addressing this to no positive response. You can see through the forms that I presented and the statements I've made, there's 53, I believe is the number, % of youth lost to John Q. Public. They close it during all the race times, and then they shut it on Monday and Tuesday. What I'm trying to retrieve is Monday and Tuesday and the open winter use. There's 12 to 1,400 vehicles go in and out of there on any 30 days of time. The count that I personally made with other friends, it's nothing scientific. And all we're looking for is the missing days and hours returned. It can be done with no cost to the Parks and Recs department whatsoever. There's an on-site camper host permanent at that location, and Park and Recs directors have just chosen to keep the gates closed during the winter hours and on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Well, thank you, sir. Ms. Osiander has a question. Ma'am?
It's been a while since I've talked to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken with Mr. Rada? Could you wave your hand? I know you're talking, but see that fellow right there?
Yes, ma'am.
He's the new park director. Have you ever spoken to him?
No, ma'am, I have not.
I think the municipal manager is talking to him right now about this same topic, but I would really encourage you to sit down with Mr. Rada. I frankly have had a long history of working with him, and he's pretty good at listening and pretty responsive, particularly to motor racing, so I think you might have a good ear.
Excellent. That's good to know.
Thank you.
My name's Mark Opegard.
Just go even grab him. Yeah.
Okay. As I said, no cost
Paul,
to opening the gate. Someone's sitting right there.
Paul?
Well, and once again, I just want a quick comment. Thank you, Mr. Opegard, for coming not just with a problem, but also a potential solution to the problem, and particularly one that I like, which is no cost. So that's a very good win, and I believe I concur with Ms. Osiander that I would seek out Mr. Rada quickly as you can, and hopefully you can get a strategy meeting built. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate it.
All right. I appreciate your time this evening. If you take some time to read the piece of papers I gave you.
We will. We got it to everybody.
And I thank you, Mr. Shaman.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your last name clearly and spell it, please. Anyone at all? Come on down, because I will close the meeting.
I couldn't. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members,
Welcome,
Mayor,
sir.
and his staff. My name is Jim Raymond, R-E-H-M-A-N-N, South Anchorage resident. Some of you know me by reputation or for my previous employment, both as a sergeant in the Anchorage Police Department, now retired, and a retired Anchorage School District, having spent 16 years in each agency. I have the pleasure and honor now to be the department chair of the School of Criminal Justice at Charter College. I'm here because my students wanted to see public policy in action. They're taking a class called Public Policy in Action. So I thought, well, one of my colleagues, also an Anchorage police officer, is an adjunct, Scott Lofthouse, who some of you may know, who's with our gang unit, and he had another commitment, so I said, well, I'll fill in for him this evening. While I was talking here, though, I happened to make the correlation about the importance of libraries to students of all ages, from the lady who came in with her precocious, cute little children, all the way up to my college precocious, bigger children. And I'm really pleased that you're looking at creative ways to fund. Part of my responsibilities are instructional and supervision of adjuncts, but also in the administrative role. And today, for instance, alone, I met with several book publishing companies who, as part of their marketing technique, sell their product. I would think that the library deals with maybe hundreds of book publishing companies. They were hungry for editors, paying a fairly handsome salary to edit their books, both their reference books, their professional books, and just other books in general that may be of public interest. I don't know whether it is a possibility for people who are on the library staff who have an expertise in a particular area as part of their release time, if they're doing 36 hours stacking books or doing whatever else, to spend 4 hours in terms of editing and then receiving that money through the municipality
from these book publishers in an editing capacity. That's big bucks, and from all these publishing companies. And I don't know how the finesse and everything would work out, but I thought, well, that may be one creative way that some of the other people this evening have been trying to discuss. And I thought maybe that might be an avenue that the librarian or somebody on the staff might check and see if that would be a conflict, since they may be then a contractor to purchase those books, or some other issues might prevail in doing that. But like I said, there's big bucks these publishing companies are willing to offer for that editing and reviewing of various kinds of books that they publish. So, just a thought.
Thank you, sir. We have a few questions. First, how many of your students are here?
Some of them are still here, yeah.
Good. Paul, do you have a question?
Well, first of all, thank you, Sergeant Raymond, for Clay Sergeant, for your service both to the Anchorage community as a police sergeant and officer, and as well as the school district. Your wife, does she still work at the school district?
She is a part-time employee and a national consultant for a reading firm bringing up lower performing schools to AYP, and she's now, today as we speak, at Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. She comes back for a week, and then she's on her way to Point Lay and Point Hope in the North Slope School District. So I see her occasionally, which leaves me evening time to come to assembly meetings.
Much more available.
Right.
I just want to kind of out you a little bit. I think you, if my memory serves me correct, you were the first supervisor for what was then known as the school, or now School Resource Officer Program, Police School Liaison Program.
That's correct. We began that in Clark in 1984. That's correct.
And as you may know, the school district has now, I believe, 16 police officers, a sergeant and a lieutenant. Are you any thoughts on, I know you just talked about libraries and books, and by the way, thank you for the creative suggestions. I'm not sure if we could work that in somehow, but I think that sounds like another creative idea. Any thoughts on the School Resource Officer Program, its importance, or how you might see this? Particularly what I'm interested in, sir, is there's a proposal that the school district now pick up 100% of the salary and benefits as opposed to the general government fund. Any thoughts at all?
Well, having walked in both lanes of the road, so to speak, I think it's a vital service. I do have to have a disclaimer, though. My son-in-law is the SRO up at Service, and so I do get some pretty regular contact with what's going on. And, of course, I think infamous story came out about the young high school student who was slashed and nearly killed. And bystanders and the presence of the police officer helped save that young lady's life and helped apprehend the fugitive very quickly. I think the value of the program is immeasurable. When I started it, we did it in the junior high because we could prevent criminal activity and work with the elementary schools. However, now the primary focus, with I think the exception of Begich and Clark, are at the high school level, where the exigent circumstances that the students find themselves in with a myriad of problems that didn't exist in 1984, I think require that kind of police presence. Who pays, I don't know. It's all the public dollar, but the bottom line is public safety for our greatest natural resource. A personal pet peeve I always had, is that we talk about oil, we talk about wood, we talk about all the other natural resources, but truly the most important renewable resource is our kids.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir. Well stated.
Thank you
for coming, sir. There are no other questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify on the budget issues in front of us tonight, please come forward. Hearing seeing no one, public hearings closed on AO 2010-72, AO 2010-77, AR 2010-293, AO 2010-73, AR 2010-292, AO 2010-74, and AR 2010-291. We'll now have a second and third public hearings on those at later meetings.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could you clarify, with the fact that the public hearing was closed for the first public hearing, that those folks have an opportunity to speak at 2 and 3?
They do, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Not a problem. We're going to take up item 14H, Resolution AR 2010-278, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming and levying assessments on the sewer special improvements within levy upon connection, Luck Roll 10-S-2. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from assembly members? Please vote. That is approved unanimously by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14I. This is ordinance AO 2010-75, an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of 2 telecommunications and electric easement
Waive
interest.
reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from assembly members? Please vote. Item was approved unanimously by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14J, ordinance AO 2010-76. Ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 9.28.0919. This is relative to vehicle impound and forfeiture program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward and state your name clearly for the record. Spelling your last name, please.
Hello again, Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S.
Go ahead, sir.
The impoundment in the city of Anchorage, 1, is not operated fairly, and 2, the contractor that's doing it is corrupt. I would not support an increase in the fees for impoundment because of these 2 factors. Any questions?
Any questions from assembly members? Mr. Honeman has a question, sir.
Mr. Powers, you say they're,
Yes.
number one, corrupt. It's pretty strong words. Have you taken up any information of this, I guess, unfair and or corrupt issues with either the municipal attorney's office or the mayor's office or this contractor?
Oh, yeah. The problem we have is vehicles are impounded improperly, and when people go to retrieve these vehicles, they're not treated fairly. I have specifics, but it's a little more time consuming than we have here. But the fact remains that improper vehicles at times are impounded, and you're allowed to go to a hearing officer. It's an ominous thing sometimes to get your vehicle back, not to mention ridiculously expensive. So I would not be for increasing any fees in this area, and in fact maybe changing the contractor that's doing the impounding.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anything else, Paul? Thank you, sir. There are no other questions.
Okay.
Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, please. Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Osiander. Mr. Honeman.
Notwithstanding, of course, what we just heard, Mr. Powers, I did ask if there were any contacts with the administration or city attorney's office or even the contractor that he's apparently making some allegations in. This does not, obviously, as I read through it, doesn't include any increases in fines, just makes it a vehicle to essentially attach to the bond and the forfeiture of the process, using due process, I might add. So I'd urge approval.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
No, Mr. Honeman got it. The action is really to clarify our ability to take a vehicle when the court orders it to us. And I think it's a stronger law to protect some of the DUIs. As a DUI hearing is being heard, the person convicted has a chance to get their vehicle back. If the court says you're guilty and your fine is inclusive of the municipality taking your vehicle, we shouldn't incur additional costs to go get that vehicle. So I think it's actually very well done. It saves the city in the long run, and it takes those cars from those drunken drivers off the road, and that's the main thing. So thank you.
Before I go to Ms. Gray Jackson, as a person that wrote the drunk driving law years ago, this thing was effective when we introduced it, and this assembly passed it. Hundreds of people have had their cars taken off the road that could be hurting and maiming and killing people. And I appreciate this program, and I intend to support this. Yes, Paul.
Mr. Chairman, just as a rebuttal, and this is not anecdotal, this is literal, I remember a day when I was on the police department where you would arrest a DUI offender or a driving while license revoked offender, take them to the magistrate for a bond or a bail, and typically while you're writing the report, usually within a couple of blocks of the arrest, watching the person stumble back to their car with a second set of keys, climbing back in the car and driving away, having a second arrest. Myself, that's happened to at least two times in my career, and so I'm thankful that we have this ability and that the state's allowed to it, and I'm glad that we're addressing due process. And again, thank you, sir.
Well, you mentioned that. I remember one time I was with the police officers. We stopped a guy for driving without a valid driver's license, his fifth occurrence. We went to the magistrate. He got out of the magistrate, got in his car, and drove away. And that nonsense has to stop. Elvie? Sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment in regard to Mr. Powers' testimony. I think one of the things that he was referring to was predator towing, and I've had several constituents throughout the past year approach me, and the municipality is working on a rewrite of Title IX, and predator towing is one of the issues that's in this rewrite that is going to be addressed. I haven't seen the draft yet, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
May I
Sir,
speak again?
we're not taking testimony. We're done. Thank you, Mr. Powers. Any other discussion from Assembly members? Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Oh, she's not here. Okay. You're right, Elby. Predatory towing needs addressed. I know last time I was on the Assembly, I almost got it done before I left. It's something that I intend to make sure we do because there are requirements for them to have the rates posted, and they're not following that. So, yes, ma'am. Want to take a look at it again. It needs to be done. Next item in front of us is item 14K. Ordinance AO 2010-78, an ordinance approving the SunTrust Equipment Finance and Leasing Corporation, SunTrust, as a source of future leasing, future financing for capital expenditures of the municipality in an amount not to exceed $20 million, retroactive to July 1st, 2010. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from the senators. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the summary of economic effects, listen, you can help me out here perhaps. It lists a zero, but we do incur finance charges for this. Do we not?
Yes, we would, but this is just an agreement to agree. We are not at this point in time requesting any money to borrow from SunTrust. So this is just agreeing to enter into a contract with SunTrust such that in the future we can use them to bid competitively against KeyBank, which is our other lease loan financing tool.
Okay. Well, it might be more accurate to say that it doesn't have an immediate fiscal impact, but clearly utilization of this authorization does.
That is correct. But at that point in time that we need to use it, we will present that to you for approval, and we will identify the interest rate and the issuance costs.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
The way I understood it, and just so we're clear, is that we still have about a $50 million line of credit. We're just now sharing it between two facilities. We used to have a $50 million with KeyBank, and now I think we're taking out another 20 at a different lender. So is that the way I read it? We're not expanding our line of credit, are we?
Right, the line of credit is $50 million. $30 million is with KeyBank.
All right.
$20 million will be with SunTrust.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Please vote. That was approved unanimously by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14L, Resolution AR 2010-300, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverage conditional use for recreational site use.
Waive reading.
Okay, we'll waive it. This is Beluga Billiards. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, if you would, please. Welcome, sir.
My name is Sean Weems, Seanweems. I am the owner of Beluga Billiards. I am prepared with a statement, but if there isn't anybody here to add additional testimony, I can perhaps save everybody some time unless you want to hear my statement.
Thank you. Let me bring this up. There. Any questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Assembly.
Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assembly members. My name is Dan Burgess. That's spelled B-U-R-G-E-S-S. I am the president of the Sand Lake Community Council, and I just wanted to come in support of Mr. Weems and Beluga Billiards. The Assembly brought, let me rephrase, Mr. Weems brought before the Community Council his plans and requested a letter of non-objection, and it was voted unanimously. And I just wanted to share that with you all verbally, as well as I'm sure you already have written. Thank you very much.
That doesn't happen that often, sir, for community councils to come in here. Must be doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Sean Weems again. Amanda reminded me I did actually have an issue to mention. Thank you, Amanda. Regarding Condition 8 on this resolution, I did talk with Angela Chambers over in the Planning Department. She's the division manager there concerning landscaping, and she advised me that her and the landscaping person did look at the aerial photos that I submitted, and things were fine, especially considering the building is 1979 and the codes were adopted in 1986, so it's sort of grandfathered in. And if I understood her correctly, she thinks that this condition is not necessary and suggested that I ask the Assembly to remove it from the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Let's move to second. Debbie? Okay.
Would like to move to delete section 8, which is on page 2, line 22 through 25.
Second.
Moved to second to delete it. You said his head was moving?
He was nodding yes.
Whose head was that, ma'am?
I look at Mr. Weaver on things like this.
Mr. Weaver, would you stand up? Is that your...
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's what I want on the record. Any comments on that removal? Any objection to it? Seeing none, that item is removed from the document in front of us. Mr. Flynn, your light was on. Anything else, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There's also a technical correction we need to make on page 1 of the memorandum, which is page 3 in your packet. On lines 24 and 25, it refers to the hours on Fridays and Saturdays as 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That should be 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Oh, come on. It was more fun the other way.
Well, I can tell you this. I will not be there at 2 a.m. under any conditions, but somebody else might. So,
is there a second for that change? Is there any objection? Seeing none. Mr. Flynn, thank you for clearing that up. Appreciate it. Any other changes to the document in front of us? If not, please vote. Okay. That was unanimous.
Congratulations.
Next one in front of us. You want to take a break first for a minute? Do you guys want to take a break? Why don't we take about a 5-minute break, okay? For the good of the cause before we begin the rest of tonight. 14M, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 1.12.40 to increase the mill rate on the excise tax for cigarettes brought into the municipality of Anchorage, to increase the excise tax on other tobacco products brought into the municipality, and to provide the effective dates. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your last name clearly and spell it, please.
Good evening. My name is Eric Myers, M-Y-E-R-S. I'm here on my own behalf. I want to first clarify that I strongly support the right of adults to smoke cigarettes and smoke tobacco products. I'm not a Puritan or a prohibitionist. It's a legal activity, and I have no problem with that. That said, I think it is only fair and appropriate that those who do smoke take responsibility for their actions. And that means smoking in a way that doesn't harm other people, so that you would take it outside so you wouldn't injure other people, and also that those who smoke should not expect the rest of society to subsidize them. There's been a lot of talk in the recent few weeks about increasing user fees to cover costs, and I think this is one user fee that's due for an increase, a significant increase. Total health care costs caused by smoking are about $96 billion annually, B as in boy, billion. Total productivity losses are roughly the same, about $97 billion. Taxpayers annually, federal and state tax burden from smoking caused government expenditures work out to about $616 per household. Smoking caused health costs and productivity losses are estimated to be about $10.47 per pack of cigarettes. At present rates of taxation, smokers are being heavily subsidized until the taxes on cigarettes get up to the neighborhood of $9 or $10. Cigarette smokers are effectively being subsidized by the rest of society because those costs are there and they don't go away. We are seeing a huge increase in the cost of medical services and lost worker productivity, which translates into higher cost for goods and services. And all those costs are absorbed and expressed in the economy, and those are costs that can trace back to smokers who are not paying those costs. So no one would consider it reasonable for me to go into a restaurant and eat a meal and then leave without paying, expecting everyone else to pick up the tab, but that's effectively what we have going on with smokers today. Now, I'll also note that there are some very significant public health benefits that are associated with increased taxes. It's a fundamental law of economics that as you increase the price of a commodity, consumption of that product goes down. The most price sensitive are children, and we have seen in Alaska a dramatic decrease in smoking over the last several years as taxes have increased and as clean indoor air ordinances have been enacted. And right now, actually in 2007, for the first time ever, the adult smoking rate in Anchorage dropped below the national average, and I think we can trace that directly to the increased price of tobacco at the state and local level. I'll just simply say, if you want any confirmation of the fact that that tobacco prices does reduce smoking among youth, you can see it in internal industry documents that clearly identify this as a fact. And also, I think it's manifest that the fact that the tobacco industry has taken an interest in this issue speaks very plainly to the fact that tobacco taxes do save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions from Assembly members. Mr. Flynn has a question, sir. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Yeah, actually not for Eric, but Eric is from down. Nice to see you. Just as we get into this, could we just quickly see if by a show of hands, folks who are here to testify in favor of this ordinance? Thank you very much. And those who might be here to testify in opposition? A couple. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric.
Harriet?
Thank you, Mr. Myers, for coming. Do you have a copy of those statistics for us?
Yeah, I can give it to
the
the
clerk.
clerk.
She'll be sure to get them to all of us. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Yes, my name is Jim Gillis, and I'm from the East Coast, and I'm here to testify in opposition to the tax increase. We've tried this. I used to work in a tobacco retail store in the East Coast between Pennsylvania and New York, and we had excessive taxes in Pennsylvania. And one of the unfortunate side effects that had happened in that area were that people were going elsewhere to get their cigarettes. We were actually losing a lot of revenue because people were going to Pennsylvania from New York, because I worked really close to the border, and we lost quite a bit of revenue. And we also increased the cigarette black market, which allowed more youth to obtain cigarettes through means that weren't regulated. So I just wanted to state that I think that we already have a very high tax here within the city limits, and I know of a lot of people that go to Soldotna or up to the valley to get their cigarettes, and I think this might ultimately have a revenue loss for the city, which I think would be devastating at this point. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
Questions from Assembly members? Mr. Honeman.
Quick question. I'm sorry, you said you traveled from another state to get to Anchorage to testify on this? Or?
No. I used to live on the East Coast, and I've seen them. We had issues with Canada. Canada in the early 90s, cigarettes were up to $9 a pack, and they had a tremendous problem with bootleg cigarettes because of, it generates an economic incentive for a black market, an underground cigarette railroad, so to speak, to happen. And I used to work in the state with tobacco, with people going to, and know of people that going down to Soldotna to Lucky Raven or what have you to get, because there's a $40 difference in the carton pack of cost of a carton of cigarettes between Anchorage and down there right now. So,
thanks, sir.
There are no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify? Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Patty Ginsburg. That's Ginsburg. I'd like you to know that any coughing I do tonight is not gratuitous. It's purely coincidental. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the American Lung Association Mountain Pacific. It's a 7-state region that includes Alaska. I'm also a former smoker. I smoked for 20 years, and I'm a survivor of advanced lung cancer. I was diagnosed with lung cancer in 2004. The fact that I'm still here makes me a rarity, since lung cancer usually kills within months or a few years. Knock on wood, it's been 6 years. So far, so good. On behalf of the American Lung Association of the Mountain Pacific, I urge you to support this tax increase. Now, I support efforts to diversify the municipal tax base, but that's not why I and the American Lung Association of the Mountain Pacific support this tax increase. The evidence is clear that increasing cigarette prices is one of the most effective ways to reduce smoking, especially among youth. Every 10% increase in the price of cigarettes reduces youth smoking by 6.5% and overall cigarette consumption by about 4%. More than 1,000 Alaska youth begin smoking every year. Keeping these kids away from smoking and preventing a lifetime of addiction and disease will protect the potential of our youth, our economic prosperity, and our future. Again, I urge you to approve this tax increase. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Questions from Assembly members? Good luck with your lungs, ma'am. I have a sister-in-law that lives with me that has COPD now from smoking. And I find it odd because I got an email from her saying how opposed she was to this tax increase. And so I asked Barbara, I said, Barbara, why didn't you just tell me over dinner? Because she lives with me. And she says, well, I was on the Phillips Morris mailing list, and they mailed it for me. I thought that was really interesting. So she buys her cigarettes on base and pays no tax at all. I find it odd how desperately Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds are trying to fight this thing at the local level. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Traney, members of the Assembly. My name is Pat Luby, L-U-B-Y. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP in Alaska, and I'm a resident of Anchorage. You're considering increasing the tax on a pack of cigarettes by 75 cents, as well as an increase for other tobacco products. AARP supports this effort. The cost of smoking-related illnesses to the municipal budget, the state budget, and the federal budget far outweigh the revenue from current taxes. Indeed, the tax increase of 75 cents per pack will still fall far below health care costs. Your municipal employee and retiree insurance costs are, in many cases, related to tobacco use. Some AARP members smoke. We know they will probably not welcome the additional tax. However, when tobacco taxes are raised, some smokers do stop smoking. What is very important is that increasing the cost of a pack of cigarettes will prevent some young children from starting to smoke. As an organization of grandparents, AARP believes that any tax efforts that encourage young Alaskans not to start smoking is beneficial and serves a useful social and public health purpose. Over 1,000 Alaska children start to smoke each year and become hooked on cigarettes. 1 of every 3 of these children will die prematurely from a smoking-related illness. Many of them are your constituents. We know that this tobacco tax will not resolve the municipal fiscal gap. If the tax is successful, fewer citizens will be smoking, and this will actually be a diminishing revenue stream for the municipality. We are not supporting the tobacco tax to bring in more revenue. AARP supports increasing the tax on tobacco because it is a partial answer to Alaska citizens' health problems. You know your older constituents. They're our AARP members. When they look at proposed cuts in the police department, the fire department, people mover, and anchor rides, they are concerned. Public safety is a major concern for older citizens. Those who no longer drive are concerned about the availability of public transportation, especially for medical treatments. AARP supports the increases in tobacco taxes. We recommend that you consider using that additional income to make our police officers and firefighters whole, and make certain that we have reliable public transportation. Thank you for your help with this effort. This is a tax that we can all live longer with. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Luby, we heard from your testimony and from a previous speaker about increase in tobacco taxes helping younger people never take up the habit in the first place. Do you have any statistics, any numbers, particularly on the group of folks that you serve, on helping older people who maybe have been smoking for a long time quit, or are they just so set in their ways that it's not going to make a difference? Do you have any statistics?
We have statistics on adult stopping smoking. When I first moved here from California in 2001, Kentucky was the only state that had more adult smokers per capita than Alaska. Now we've got about 10 states that have more adult smokers than Alaska. There's been a significant decline, not just in kids starting to smoke, but also in adults who have chosen to stop. Some of those are older people. Unfortunately, for many older people, it's too late. They may have already contracted some type of a disease that's related to tobacco use, and their physicians and themselves, they're putting pressure on themselves, and their families are putting pressure on them to try to get them to stop. It's a very tough addiction. Any of us that have smoked, and I have, know how bad it is. And it's something, if we can help people stop, if we can help people not start, that tobacco tax is well worth it.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Luby, for coming down and representing. I'm assuming you took an official poll or survey or vote from your membership as AARP?
Yeah, this is a long-lasting public policy position that AARP has nationwide.
That's great. That's fantastic. The other thing I really, I'm astounded tonight. I found several people offering up not only just concerns about cuts, but they're coming up with some creative suggestions. I really, really appreciate your support of using the funding, if it's possible to use, to help supplant or support the police and fire budgets. I'm public safety, obviously, not going to apologize for being proponents of both those agencies, or at least the known agencies there. There's many, health department as well as OEM. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. We have lots of time, so please come forward. Don't kill yourself trying to get down here. Welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Pat Renaga, R-E-Y-N-A-G-A. I've been a registered nurse for more than 40 years, 35 of those practicing in Anchorage. I've lived in Bayshore for more than 30 years. I'm currently the co-chair of the Alaska Tobacco Control Alliance, a statewide network of health advocates whose mission it is to create conditions for Alaskans to live free from the harmful effects of tobacco. ATCA has 145 members in Anchorage. We support an increase in tobacco tax to promote health. A tobacco tax increase is a proven way to decrease the rates of children to prevent children from using tobacco. As a nurse, I've certainly seen the devastating effects of tobacco products and the difficulties associated with cessation. It is better that kids never start using tobacco products, and taxing tobacco is one of the best ways to make that happen. On average, people make 7 attempts to quit using tobacco before being successful, and an increase in tobacco taxes leads to more people attempting to quit and quitting. We are all aware of the increases in healthcare costs, and according to the CDC, tobacco use in Alaska costs over $300 million a year for medical costs alone. Price increases on tobacco products not only reduce youth smoking, but it also reduces the number of kids who smoke marijuana and the amount of marijuana consumed by those continuing users. This is according to the National Bureau of Economic Research. And then according to the American Journal of Public Health, tobacco tax increases have a positive impact on pregnant women. A cigarette tax increase that raises prices by 10% will reduce smoking among pregnant women by 7%. This prevents thousands of spontaneous abortions and stillborn births, saving tens of thousands of newborns from suffering from the smoking effects, birth, and related health consequences across the United States. Here in Alaska, there is evidence that increased taxes on tobacco products leads to decreased use, stopping a lifetime of addiction that leads to early death. And we in ADCA would request your support in passing this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, ma'am, for testimony. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi. My name's Stephanie Persinger, Persinger. Is it my understanding that this tax is to help supplement the land taxes that we already pay?
Yes.
For the city? So essentially, I'm a mom and a wife. I couldn't go to my husband's boss and say, I spend too much. Could you give my husband a raise? I don't smoke, so I'm pretty indifferent about this tax, but really you guys need to get the budget balanced, and you guys need to cut out all the silly, frivolous stuff, and it's just ridiculous. I've lived in cities that have one library, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, we have like a billion libraries, and you guys are talking about closing one. It's just ridiculous. And all of the flowers, and we have a little teeny tiny park that's probably 20 by 20 that has gobs of flowers and things that you guys pay to grow, and then somebody spent 2 or 3 hours taking care of them on one day, like all week long. There were people there every day to take care of this little teeny tiny park, and they were there for 2 or 3 hours apiece every single day. I think the money could be spent better somewhere else. Thank you.
Harriet has a question, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Persinger, thank you very much for coming. Can you tell me where you lived before and what the population was that you're comparing Anchorage to?
Oh, I lived in Augusta, Georgia. It's probably bigger than Anchorage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There are no other questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward.
My name is David Smith, S-M-I-T-H, and I've listened to all of the other testimony. I don't agree with the tobacco tax any more than I would agree with having an obesity tax or anything else because of the health problems that go along there. But all the conversation that everybody's come up with about the taxing, I spent a lot of time recently traveling to various conventions for Native corporations, and one of the things that's being pushed there is Native tribes are selling tobacco. When ANCSA went through, those Native corporations, they had lands and they got for money. The municipality of Anchorage has 3 federally recognized Native tribes that border the municipality. All 3 of those Native tribes, in order to raise money, are considering selling cigarettes at half the price that you can get them in Anchorage currently today. It's something that's being considered. It's something that they're looking into very heavily. If Anchorage keeps raising taxes, those Native tribes are going to go out making money, and traveling to Wasilla, into the Matt Valley, to buy cigarettes is something that the municipality will find a lot of people doing very quickly at half the price. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Trainee and Assembly. Gary Ferguson, F-E-R-G-U-S-O-N, and I'm here as the Director of Wellness and Prevention at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, and we run the Alaska Native Medical Center, for those of you that may not be as familiar with the consortium. Anchorage, Alaska is termed the largest Alaska Native village in Alaska. We have more of our Alaska Native people living here than anywhere else as far as per capita, as far as our large population. And things that happen in Anchorage affect the whole state. As far as things that happen here, clean indoor air and tobacco taxes affect our population greatly. Tobacco is a leading cause of preventable death. And unfortunately, our Alaska Native people are suffering a disparity in tobacco addiction. And one of the things that we like to see from the health perspective is tobacco taxes help people to quit. They help youth to never ever start using tobacco in the first place. And so we support the increase in tobacco taxes. I've been about 10 years in tobacco prevention and control, and having come from a family that have used tobacco, my dad still is struggling to quit after almost 50 years of smoking. And I see how difficult it is to quit. And one of the things my formal training is as a naturopathic doctor, and one of the first principles that we have in our medicine is first remove the obstacles to cure. Take away what's causing your disease in the first place. And one of the low-hanging fruit when I look at health and wellness is to never ever pick up tobacco in the first place. Once you pick up tobacco, it's very difficult to quit. And our youth are looking to us to help make things easier for them so that they never ever start in the first place. And so we really would like you to support this. It's a really great opportunity to increase taxes. And as was spoken earlier, tobacco has a huge burden when we look at morbidity and mortality of our people. And when I look at Alaska Native people, it's definitely a disproportionate burden. And as a healthcare system, we are looking at, number one, helping people quit and helping people never start in the first place. The Alaska Native Medical Center has been a tobacco-free campus, and we helped lead the way after Southeast Alaska kind of helped us to get going. And we're seeing more and more people quit because it's harder to smoke there. And it's one of those where tobacco use is a social norm in many of our communities, but when you make it less of a norm, kids don't see that, and kids model what they see. And we're hoping our kids one day can grow up in a place where tobacco use is totally an uncommon event. So, again, thank you for your support. I welcome any questions.
We have some questions for you. I had 4 grandsons born at that hospital. It's a wonderful institution. Paul?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ferguson, you heard the previous speaker. If, in fact, something like the, I guess, the projection that Mr. Smith had said, and Alaska Native, either corporations or locations, try to undertake such an event, would you see the Alaska Native Health Consortium, perhaps you're not able to speak to it at this time, would you be opposed to or try to lobby against that movement within the Native community not to undertake such a thing, like trying to sell tobacco at a cheaper rate? I mean, it's just...
Well, our goal is to help spread health information and promote wellness. And so definitely it would be one of those where we would definitely discourage our tribes from going down that road. Yes, for sure.
And I just want to also say, having worked just across the street from you for a number of years, and I do remember the conversations. In fact, I remember getting a call from the Health Consortium to remind Anchorage police officers who actually drove and used some of your services for some of the clients we picked up to please refrain from using tobacco products while on your campus. And so I do see some people along Tudor Road there, just a few though, that actually sneak out to either get to have their cigarette break. So well done, well done.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yes, since you are in the healthcare business, and since I'm somebody that never smoked, but I've had a family that has, and I know that it's supposed to be one of the worst addictions. Do you ever see it being used really as a self-medication for other diseases other than just being addicted to smoking and nicotine?
Well, it's definitely a comorbid factor when you look at mental, emotional illness and other substance use. And we've found that if you look at, especially if you're looking at substance abuse, if you quit tobacco at the same time, you're more likely to be more successful with whatever other substance you're quitting. And so there's been a huge shift in behavioral health around addressing tobacco at the same time, which we used to, people were attending 12-step meetings and then they'd be out smoking afterwards. And anymore, we're really trying to look at it as part of that whole global way of coping, right? We cope with stress with a variety of substances. And of course, as one of my mentors taught me in medical school was, choose your poisons wisely. And one of those things where you look at tobacco and its comparison to heroin, when you look at especially the tobacco that we have as a part of the tobacco industry, where it gets additives added to it to make it even more addicting. The ammonia compounds they add to tobacco actually make it more difficult than some people say than to kick heroin. So very difficult. But in answer to your question, as far as looking at mental, emotional, spiritual disease, yes, we see increased rates with people who have challenges in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record.
Yes, my name is James Tanner, T-A-N-N-E-R. I'm opposed to this ordinance as it's written because of its overly broad definition of tobacco. Everyone I've heard here tonight, I was at home when I heard this topic come up and rushed down here to talk about it. Every person has spoken to smoking. I'm a smokeless tobacco user. And I think that this ordinance is overly broad when it says tobacco products brought into the municipality. My use of smokeless tobacco does not impinge upon anybody else's health. I've used it for decades, and I have no health issues related to smokeless tobacco. And if I have to find smokeless tobacco in another area and bring it in here and purchase it somewhere else in bulk, which is how I do it. I purchase it in bulk now. I cannot imagine paying an extra 75 cents per can of tobacco. So I adamantly oppose this overly broad writing of this ordinance. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming down here tonight. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, thank you for letting us talk about this tonight. My name is Joanne, J-O-A-N-N-E. Last name is Zito Brause, Z-I-T-O-B-R-A-U-S-E. You've heard a lot of statistics tonight. You'll probably hear some more before the evening is over, a lot of numbers, et cetera. But what I want to do is take a few minutes and put a personal story and a name to what we've been hearing in regard to the impact of tobacco on the public health and also on the impressionable young people that this tax will help keep away from tobacco. I want to tell you about a 16-year-old girl who went behind the woodshed to smoke cigarettes. She continued to smoke until she was in her 70s. In the course of her lifetime, she first began having difficulties through kidney disease. She continued having ill health, bore 3 children, and all smoking the entire time. And as she got older, she came down with diabetes. The diabetes exacerbated other health issues. She ended up with macular degeneration. Along with these issues, she, at about age 70, had to have a triple artery bypass in her legs. Now, we talk about tobacco killing people. People know about heart disease and lung cancer, but they don't often think about all of the other many, many diseases that tobacco creates. So we have this life history going on with all of these diseases, and ultimately her life was taken when she suffered a stroke. The Dacron artery in her legs failed, and she had to undergo surgery when there was an effort to remediate that situation. Now, in the course of her life, and in later stage with her family, several things happened to other members of the family. So not only was this woman affected, but the rest of the family, 5 members to be exact. My father underwent triple artery bypass. He inhaled secondhand smoke for all of the years that he lived with my mother. My brother took up smoking and went through triple artery bypass. And my sister, at 17, developed Hodgkin's disease. Children who are born of a smoking mother are at a significantly greater risk of developing lymphomas. My sister fought this disease for 25 years before she died. So those are the people behind all of these statistics. That's a personal story. And if you can stop one 16-year-old from picking up tobacco, think of the impact on 5 other people or more who might be a part of that person's life. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from Assembly members? Sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? I wonder if you were going to sit there at night, Emily.
No. Good evening, Chairman Traney and members of the Anchorage Assembly. My name is Emily Nenon, N-E-N-O-N. I'm the Alaska Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, or ACS-CAN, is the advocacy affiliate of the American Cancer Society. We are a science-based organization. So I've got some statistics for you. but they all come down to one simple message. Tobacco taxes save lives. Whatever you do with the revenue, simply increasing the price of a pack of cigarettes by 10%, which this measure does, decreases youth consumption of cigarettes by 7%. The average age that people start smoking is 14 and a half. This is about keeping kids from ever starting to smoke or use tobacco products. Now, in my business, we know that 87% of lung cancer deaths are caused by tobacco use, and in Alaska in 2008, 627 Alaskans made up part of the over 400,000 Americans who died from direct tobacco-related causes or secondhand smoke, more deaths than from any other cause. That's the bad news. The good news is we're making progress right here in Alaska. The sharpest declines in smoking followed the 1997 state tobacco tax increase and again in 2004 when both the state and the municipality of Anchorage increased the tax, followed closely, I might mention, by the Mat-Su Borough. There's more work to be done. You've already heard it. 1,100 Alaskan kids will become new daily smokers this year. And tobacco costs out of control, along with other healthcare costs, working out to in the neighborhood $7 to $10 per pack if you put those health-related costs on a per pack basis. By passing measures such as the one before you, we can prevent disease and death and save healthcare costs. So I urge you to take this opportunity to save lives and protect kids by increasing the tobacco tax. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions from Assembly members?
Thank you.
She used to be one of our interns. She worked for Doug when Doug was on the Assembly with us a long time ago. Public hearing is continued to be open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, if you would, please.
And if you want to come down front, there's plenty of seats, so you don't have to wait.
I think maybe it's too close to it.
We're not that bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assembly members. My name is Cliff Kramer. Last name is Kraemer. And I urge you to reject this tax. I'm looking at, listening to some of the comments here, and I appreciate all the passion. But really, this whole ordinance is about trying to balance the budget and generate revenue dollars. And I think we've already had a few people share that if we increase the tax in Anchorage, which right now is state tax and Anchorage tax is about $3.40 a pack. So they're going to be paying over $4 a pack in tax, where if you look at the Kenai Peninsula, the tax is significantly lower. And then even the Mat-Su Valley, it's much lower than that. The Kenai Peninsula would be about $2 a pack. And Mat-Su Borough right now is about $1 a pack. And then, of course, the state tax on top of that. So, really, we have to look at this as, we have to look at a long-term fix for a budget or a solution, and not a short-term. And right now I feel like this is more of a short-term fix. And it may feel good this year, but I think we'll be back here next year trying to figure out another way to balance this budget, and it's not going to be through this tax. Any questions?
Questions from Assembly members? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody just wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jake Williams, Williams. And, when I was about 16 years old, I was one of those kids that was thinking about taking up cigarettes and, all that. And at the same time, I had a grandfather that was actually going through a serious lung cancer issue and ended up dying. 6 months, very painful, obnoxious death. But that, honestly, was not what changed my mind. Bottom line, when it came down to it, at that time it was about $3 or $4 a cigarette a pack of cigarettes. I don't remember exact. And the way I thought of it was, $4 that puts, 3 or 4 gallons in my tank. So that's really what it came down to, was that. As far as people here that talked about, heading down to Kenai or out to Matsu or something like that, honestly, if it's $40 difference in a carton of cigarettes, it's about $50 difference in a tank of gas. So come on, do the math. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Anybody else hanging back there that wants to testify, come on down front, because I will close the hearing if you don't get down here soon. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is Scott Bowles, B-O-L-L-E-S. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Assembly. I just have 3 quick points on I'm in opposition of the tax. One of the things we don't talk about is the impact on our local businesses that sell tobacco products, whether it be a food mart, a cigarette store, or a grocery store. All these businesses, when they went into business, anticipated a certain amount of revenue, just as the municipality expects a certain amount of revenue coming into it. And so my example is, let's say cigarette consumption drops in Anchorage. Cigarettes go out to Matsu or cigarettes go out to the Kenai Peninsula. What happens is let's say a store is selling 100 cartons a week of cigarettes, and that drops to 90 cartons a week because people say, well, I'm going to quit, or I'm going to buy them somewhere else, or I'm going to do something else. What happens is essentially that business just lost 100 transactions a week. And what's lost in those transitions is the revenue that those customers brought in prior to that. And so what the stores have to do is increase the price of other goods. If you go to the food mart and you want a Pepsi, because their sales have decreased, they've got to charge more for Pepsi, or they've got to charge more for a Coke, or more for a cup of coffee, or more for a donut to help offset the revenues they lost. So everyone in this room will be paying additional monies lost in the loss of business here in the Anchorage, and that's something we don't really look at. But that's what happens when we put such a vicious local tax on tobacco. My second thing is that there's been massive tax increases on a national level, benefiting children and so forth. And my one example is, I've actually got 2 examples, is in April of 2009, you could go to Walmart and you could buy a pound of tobacco for $40. With the new S-chip taxes that were added by the federal government, that bag of tobacco became $90 or $99 retail at the Walmart store. Nobody bought it anymore. The goose that laid the golden egg is gone. So in theory, with that tax rate increase, the municipality should have gained about $40. The municipality would have gotten $20 for every pound of tobacco sold, in theory, because of that tax increase. Nobody's buying that. Nobody's selling that type of tobacco anymore. So from an effective, to get rid of the tobacco, it effectively got rid of it. But conversely, the revenues that were expected to be gained from that never materialized. My second example is the premium cigar market. And one of the last cigar shops in this town closed this year, and I believe it's primarily due to the tax rates that are going. One of the best-selling cigars in town sells for about $7 a stick. If you go on the internet, you can buy them for about $3.50 a stick. And so if you really like to smoke cigars, you don't buy them in Anchorage. Am I out of time?
Yes, unfortunately. Would you like to sum it up?
Yeah, let me get back to my... Well, I was here. My last point is I was here in 2004, when I believe you're chairman, and I spoke in front of the assembly. And my concern was how do you recognize tobacco being bought in Kenai and sold in Anchorage or being consumed in Anchorage? And we never addressed it in 2004, and I don't see it being addressed in 2010. That's my final point.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions. Any questions from assembly members? Just one question for you. Are you in the business?
Wholesale.
Wholesale. Okay.
Yeah, we wholesale distribute every consumer goods, everything from tobacco, cigarettes, candy, the bread you eat. We sell 80% of the bread in the state. Pepsi, Frito-Lay, depending on the location. We're a distributor. We move stuff from point A to point B. So we really have no emotional attachment. We just move stuff around.
I just wanted to know what you did.
Yes.
Thank you. I remember seeing you last time. That was a long time ago. About 2004, I think.
04.
Yep. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Bill Bowens. I was born in Anchorage. 1991, I received a master's in public health from the University of Hawaii. We're talking about a public health issue here today. For 10 years, I ran the quit smoking program at the Native Hospital. It helped about 10,000 people to get quit. A tobacco tax is the single most effective way to help people not only not start, but to quit. Again, we're not talking about a public tax thing here. It's strictly a public health issue. My question to you guys is why you're just sticking on 75 cents. Let's get it up there a couple bucks.
Appreciate that, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
could the gentleman spell his last name, please, for me? For those of us who take notes.
Bouwens.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Come on, I know you want to come down here. Come on. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Cindy Emery, E-M-E-R-Y. This is my granddaughter, Rachel. She was meant to come with me this evening, but the later the testimony got, she's only 11, so it was more important that she stayed home since tomorrow's a school day. But she's the reason I'm here tonight, and all the kids like her. She's an athlete. She has asthma, and she's fast approaching the age that the tobacco industry is targeting. And as a grandparent, there's not an awful lot I wouldn't do to keep her from ever starting to smoke. So we all know what the tax is going to do. It's going to raise the price of cigarettes, make it extremely unattractive to young people. There's a lot they'd rather do with that money than start smoking. And that's basically, I mean, you've heard all the numbers, you know the statistics, you know how this works. So I just, for her and for all the kids like her, the tobacco industry, all of their current customers are dying. They're looking for fresh meat. I don't want her to be one of them. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Just thank you for coming down. Thank you for coming down and testifying. And showing us a picture. You're sharing your picture. Thank you for coming down and sharing the story.
Go to Naka Valley.
As a grandparent of 13, I share your concern. Anybody else wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing seeing no one, public testimony on this matter is closed by the body. What I'd like to do is delay action on this to the next meeting so we can move on and finish the rest of the agenda now.
Mr. Chairman, I propose we delay action on this particular item until our next meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
That's unanimous. Seeing no objection, this item will come up under business at our next meeting. Let's drop down to item, and thank you for coming here to testify. Item 14N, an ordinance AO 2010-69, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.15.035 to provide additional restrictions on the employment of elected officials for 1 year. Public hearing, this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. You can't testify now. You should have been here for the taxation issue.
What, the cigarette tax?
No, on taxation. Well, you'll be here, aren't you, when they deal with fire alarms or burglar alarms?
Well, yeah, I'm waiting, and don't worry, I'll testify.
I just want to make sure you're not blowing it all at once.
I will testify on the budget, Mr. Trainor. Thank you. My name is Tom McGrath.
Glad to see you, sir.
I'm surprised that this wasn't part of the ethics code when it was passed a few years ago. It is part of the state constitution that elected officials cannot leave office and go to work for the state when, and that happened recently with Mr. Terrio and Representative, whatever her name, Nancy Dahlstrom. So it should be part of our municipal code that an elected official cannot leave office and then go back to work for the city. Also, it should be part of code that an employee cannot leave the employment or retire from the municipality and then go back to work for the municipality under any circumstances for a period of 1 year. And where I get this from is I was an Alaska Teamster, and I worked for General Electric back in the 80s.
And their ethics requirements were that if you ever left or retired from GE, you could not go back to work for GE under any circumstances for 2 years, worldwide. And you say, well, GE is just a small company. No, they had 400,000 employees. They were bigger than the municipality of Anchorage. And they did that so that there couldn't be favor curried and paid for, as somebody was retiring, and then bump up their remuneration after they left. So I would say that this only goes part of the way. It complies with what the state is doing and is already in the state constitution, but then we should also actually amend the ethics code so that no employee can leave the employment of the municipality of Anchorage and then come back under a contract for a period of 1 year, or I would suggest 2 years, except for, I believe that an employee should be able to retire and then be elected to a municipal position, such as the Anchorage Assembly, or if somebody ran for mayor. So that would be the only condition, and that isn't the municipality hiring. I think that's the citizens hiring. So that would be the exception that I would go for. Thank you.
We have a few questions.
Okay.
Amanda, his name's Tom McGrath, if you need to get the name.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Paul?
Yes, Mr. McGrath, thank you for coming out and testifying. I'm very interested in hearing the private sector with your corporate knowledge of GE.
Right.
Very interesting share. I know the military had some limitations, particularly for those who were active duty who might have been paired up with a contractor, then left the service to go work then for the contractor and then turn around using corporate knowledge of the military to gain favor in contracts and such. So I do know there's been some separation and, of course, issues around ethics for that very reason. I know as one of the persons who supported the language, or at least previous attempts, it's strange that we may come sometimes, you and I may sometimes approach things from a different path, but oftentimes we cross and share some visions on that. So I appreciate that, and I do believe and I agree with you on this. So thank you for coming on.
Well, that was back when Jack Welch was the CEO of GE, and he formulated the ethics and the kind of trained the world's CEOs. A lot of the CEOs that went to other corporations at that time came from GE, kind of like they do from Danaher today, and they have similar ethics policies.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Jennifer?
I'm following down the same line. We have a couple of employees that we have now contracted out to because of their institutional knowledge. And I think it'd be, I'm thinking of one that just recently retired. It would really be a loss not to have her on a contract relationship here for another 6 months. I mean, we're a small population. We have a small employee pool. And it's also, as I say, the institutional knowledge. So I'm not sure.
I understand that, except that I also learned when I was at GE and went through their ethics training that everybody was replaceable. And if you make it, it's kind of, you have a cushy relationship. And if they retire and then you have to hire them back immediately, then was that decision arrived at before they retired or after they retired? Is it a way to just pad their pocket? And so I think it's an ethical problem.
And then as far as, I mean, and I understand the state statute, and I also know that the state legislature doesn't have a code of ethics, and we do, which.
But it's also the state legislature's charge to enforce what's in the state constitution, even though they don't do a very good job of it.
No. Ms. Johnson, anything else? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tom, for coming out. Sure. As I understood the state law, whether it's the Constitution or their statutes, was that you certainly as an elected official could not move into a position that was created while you were an elected official, or that the compensation increased while you were an elected official. But there's not a ban on going to work for state government from being an elected official, only if those two occurrences are involved. Is that not correct?
I think you're right.
Let me just follow up.
There's a little bit of a limitation with the state, but I know with GE there was no limitation.
I'm not worried about GE. I'm worried about our code and the state code, which you referenced. The state code says if you created the job while you were a legislator or the compensation increased. I don't know that there's any other caveats. So the question becomes, that mirrors the city charter. The city charter says that right now. So what public purpose is served where if a member of this assembly left the body and 3 months later went to work as an assistant tennis coach at a high school, or went to work driving an Anchor Rides bus where there's absolutely no policy-making decision involving whatsoever? What's the public purpose served by that?
I guess it's just my ethical code that might be higher than somebody else's.
Okay, but what ethics is involved if you take a part-time job that has no policy-making decision and you had no action as an assembly member or any other elected official in either creating that position or increasing the compensation of that position? I fail to see the public policy involved.
Oh, I do, because, if you retire from a position with the municipality and you are taking the municipality's money or your union's money or whatever, as a result of that, putting it in your pocket, and then you go back to work for the same organization, then you're double dipping, and there's all kinds of jokes about people double dipping. I think it's wrong.
Well, the people that wrote the charter, which I thought were probably some of the best and brightest that ever served the government here, disagreed with you in the way they wrote it, but I respect your opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
There seem to be no further questions. Mr. McGrath, good to see you again. Thank you. Anybody else wants to testify in this matter? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is... Oh, Ms. Osiander, I'm sorry.
Actually, I was going to ask the chair for a ruling before we got into this debate or into this topic.
May I close the public hearing first?
Pardon me?
May I close the public hearing first?
All right. I'm going to raise a point of order, but you go ahead.
Very good. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. Ms. Osiander.
And actually,
he's on his way back, so we'll let him do it.
Mr. Craney's back because he's got some memory on this.
Oh, I do? Oh, good.
Oh, good, huh?
Well, I am old. So what do you want to know?
All right. Point of order. My understanding is we had a rule of basically seeing the same ordinance again right after it's been defeated within a year.
That was just gentleman's agreement. We never had that put into writing, ma'am.
Okay, that was part of my orientation to the assembly.
That was just
occurred.
a gentleman's agreement that we had. We never did that.
A gentleman's agreement, huh?
Or gentlelady's agreement. So I don't get into sexism, but it was just an understanding we had that we did not bring it back forward. There's nothing I remember written, Debbie, relative to that.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the mayor was on as long as I was. Did you ever see it in writing, Mr. Mayor?
No, it was a unwritten rule of the assembly, and it was done as a courtesy to other members so that don't continually bring items up over and over again and waste time discussing the same subject matter. And this one has the exact same title as the previous one. So unless that policy has changed, I guess I wasn't aware that it changed.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Honeman?
Yes. I'm glad that this is back. I'm glad that it took some time to go through the system and be deliberately thought through. As having, again, been working for the executive branch and having many number of years working on the executive branch itself, I don't see an issue here after leaving this body, whether it be after one term or before, hopefully at least completing the first term, or whether it be a protracted period of having just 1 year of separation, accepting by a competitive bid contract, if necessary, or volunteering my time. And I think that's what the ordinance is intent behind. It is not punitive. It certainly may create a potential dilemma for someone who might have a specialist skill that maybe none other has, but again, does not preclude that person or persons from being eligible to contract in a competitive process that's out to the public and or volunteering. and I could do either. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll support this.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was staff, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Chairman, when there was an agreement not to bring back an ordinance shortly after one was voted down, but I'm no longer staff and I'm an assembly member, and, you know, it's a new day, quite frankly. I brought this ordinance forward, as I mentioned over and over again, for all the right reasons. It's about public trust, integrity, and ethics. Our mayor vetoed that ordinance because he had some concerns, and Ms. Osiander also has some concerns, and they were legitimate concerns. And if you read the AM addresses very clearly both the concerns of Ms. Osiander and the concerns of the mayor. And I think that it would simply be prudent. It would send a real clear message to our public, especially now that we're in the beginning efforts of approving a budget for 2011, that we all agree that we should be forceful with gaining the public's trust, or at least for some of us continuing to gain the public trust, and do the right thing by approving this ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
Well, first off, I do want to say this is a better one than the one that was vetoed. However, I still think it's an unnecessary ordinance. I think it's going to be cumbersome, and it's basically written to correct a problem that I don't see exists. Specifically, the concerns I have are this language that in Section 5 that said that the school board may seek a waiver from the ethics board. And if you recall the discussion that we got from the ethics board, is they're not interested in serving in that role or responsibility. So basically, as I read it, if you're on the school board, you could come and be hired the next year as the chief financial officer of the city, but if you're an assembly member, you couldn't be hired as a teacher. And if you wanted to be hired as a noon duty, then you'd need to go have the Anchorage School Board rule on it, and then they'd have to seek a waiver from the ethics board. I don't see a problem, and so I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gutierrez, sir.
Debating whether or not to beat a dead horse, Mr. Chairman.
I wouldn't.
The
Humane Society is out the door waiting for you.
I know. I have to, again, disagree with those who say there's no public purpose in this. I think there is a tremendous public purpose in trying to hold members of any body, be it this body, a state legislative body, a school board, a community council, to the highest ethical standards. At the same time, I've never been one who felt that I needed a law to tell me what was ethical and what was not ethical, but, Mr. Chairman, that not everyone is that way, and that's why we have ethics codes and ethics laws and clauses in the state constitution and the municipal charter. I think that, you know, while the state law is pretty good, it's also pretty easy to get around, and we've seen that recently. I think that's in part what the impetus for this was. I think anytime you do something to try to reassure the public that you're acting in their best interest rather than your own personal best interest, I think that there is a good public purpose in that. Now, whether it's enough to reassure the public or not, I don't know, but that shouldn't preclude us from trying. I am heartened by Ms. Osiander acknowledging that this particular ordinance is better than the previous one that was vetoed. It is what it is, and I think we all know what our position on it is, so I think I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Birch, sir.
Yeah, I guess my concern with this ordinance, and as I look at the charter, it says for 1 year after he leaves office, an assemblyman or school board member elected under the charter may not may hold no compensated municipal office or employment which was created or the salary and benefits of which were increased during the last year in office in the body in which he was a member. I guess my concern is that this is redundant. We've talked about the confusion. I think our efforts and our initiative here in this body would be best directed towards trying to pass a responsible municipal budget that does not increase property taxes. I think this effort, and I too am concerned about having this come back up in front of us again so soon. But I am a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be real brief. I'm going to support this just to keep Mr. Starr from convincing the mayor to banish me to the port. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What did you say?
The only one we said we would never bring back is something about fluoride. I think we put a 20-year moratorium on that issue. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And it's not up yet, Harriet.
Just a couple of comments before I ask our attorney to make some comments on the comment Mr. Birch just made concerning the charter. But Mr. Birch, and if it's not appropriate for me to ask this question to Mr. Birch, Mr. Chairman, please stop me. But you voted for the ordinance before. What's changed your mind this time around? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir?
This is starting to become called the Coffey Amendment, and I want to use that example because it seems to be applicable to Mr. Coffey. What's wrong with him continuing to write the Title 21 rewrite process? And I guess if it's not directed at him, it would prevent somebody like him from engaging public service at that level. What's the writer's intent on prohibiting that?
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Can I respond? You know what, Mr. Starr, as I mentioned at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago when the original ordinance came under debate, this ordinance is not about Mr. Coffey, contrary to what some of my colleagues think. It's simply not about Mr. Coffey. Did the fact that Mr. Coffey got a contract after he left the Assembly? Oh, yeah. A light bulb went off in my head, and I said, well, you know what? Is that what we should be doing as elected officials, leaving office and getting a contract without allowing the public to bid on the same contract? If this was about Mr. Coffey, I would have brought it forward before Mr. Coffey got the contract, or I would have made it retroactive. It's not about Mr. Coffey. It's simply about public trust, integrity, and ethics, and I'm happy to say that I have all 3 of those, and I wish my colleagues would feel the same way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Please vote. The item passes the body.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir?
I'd like to note that paragraph 5 on page 2 should all be underlined to reflect that it's entirely new language, so the code reviser will know that that's a new section.
Would you please do that?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move immediate reconsideration.
Elby, there's no real need to.
I want to move on with this.
It's going to get
Second.
But
Thank you,
your
Mr.
choice.
Yeah, I'd like to move immediate reconsideration. Thank you.
Okay. The maker moved for immediate reconsideration. Is there a second?
I'd second it, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded for immediate reconsideration. A no vote will not reconsider it. A yes vote will. Item will not be reconsidered by the body. Moving on, we're on item 14-0. Resolution AR 2010-286, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,443,471 from State of Alaska.
Wait reading.
This is for provide women, infant, and children supplemental nutrition services. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify? please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the
Move
body?
to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from assembly members? Say none, please vote. Ms. Drummond, Ms. Gray Jackson. You're approved unanimously by the body. Next item is 14P, Resolution Air 2010-290, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $506,632 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services. This is provision of community health nursing services. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name and country for the record. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. What? I thought I heard one. Okay, there's none appearing. Okay, Pat Flynn did. Debbie?
I want to note that these are, believe it or not, these are interesting to read. This one in particular, there's some significant changes to the ones we've had in the past. So I did call and I spent a fair amount of time talking to Ms. O'Neill about the implications of those and what all was included and why things were excluded. One of the items that I noted as I read, particularly if you've got the big document, under the community development section, is they consider transportation services as a relevant part of community development in their priority plan. And as a matter of fact, I noted with some interest that our head of our people mover, Jody Cars, actually came and testified to the Han Commission and asked for support for Anchor Ride services. And I asked a lot of questions about that. And my understanding is that though there are some significant constraints, it's certainly feasible to use CDBG money for transportation services. Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am.
I think this is on the other. 14Q.
Thank you.
I'm wondering why she was talking.
I stand abashed.
Don't do that. I just wanted to say it quietly.
Say it all over again.
No, I'll say it loudly. I'm eager to get out of here, I guess.
The entire body has memorized every word you said, and we'll remember it word for word when we get to the next item.
All right.
We'd like to repeat when we get to 14Q, if you would.
Thank you. You were so subtle, Mr. Trainee, when you came down and looked over my shoulder.
Sorry. Is there any discussion on 14P? Not Q. P. Harry, do you have anything on 14P?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's why I was wondering what Ms. Osiander was talking about.
heap
Because
apologies.
I thought we were dealing with the nursing.
It was great, though, Harry. It was really good.
I agree. I have a question for the administration. Is this the grant that is hopefully going to increase in 2011, and the state will thus be providing more of the services that they should have been providing in the first place? Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Drummond, Diane Engel, Director of the Department of Health and Social Services. This actually is part of an increase that we received last year for public health nursing services. And so we began talking with the state last year, and we received an increase. And our request is also that we have told them that we will stay in the public health nursing business for sure through June 30th. We will accept the grant, but that they are still not adequately funding us, and that we would be expecting additional funding and hoping for additional funding during this next legislative session. We can't predict the outcome, but that's as far as our commitment goes. The state funds this pretty much fully, most everywhere else in the state, and Anchorage should be treated the same, has been our position, and then we continue to advocate for that, or educate for that.
Great. Thank you very much. So this is a result of hammering on the state and at least getting somewhere.
It's a result of some of those very successful trips the mayor and his staff have had to Juneau.
Very good. Thank you.
That's a little much.
Okay. He'll give you the money later for that political ad. Paul?
Well, to that topic, I take very good observation on the expenditures and showing that there's about almost $2,900 set for travel expenditures for the professional, I'm sure professional development or conferences for the nurses. So I think that's a very good expenditure and certainly would encourage ongoing and increased training for professional staff like that. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other comments from assembly members, at least noted. So please vote. Okay, AR 2010-290 has been approved. We're now down to the public hearing on item 14Q, which is AR 2010-295, resolution adopting the 2011 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, which constitutes the application to U.S. Department of Health and Housing, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Debbie?
All right.
I did.
Okay.
It's on record. She was down there writing it. You know?
All right. I passed out an amendment, basically.
Yes, you did.
This document and the grant is governed by some very specific rules. Basically, I don't begin to have the technical expertise to know where and how the amendments occur. Additionally, there's some very specific guidelines anytime there's a major change in the grant on how many public hearings and when they should occur. As you note, initially I was thinking we could look at this in December, but when I talked to Corinne earlier today, she indicated that it wouldn't be until January because they need to have another advertisement and another hearing before the Han Commission before this can be done. This plan, as it's presented to you, does have some flex money in it, in that, for instance, the $300,000 in here that's designed now to go to the Park Foundation, they're not going to be able to use all of that because some of the parks aren't going to qualify according to their criteria. They also have a significant amount of money set aside as a reserve for an award they'd like to make in the future for a major capital expense. The big constraint is, as with so many things, they'd prefer to spend money on capital rather than operating. They've got a fairly limited operating budget subsidy that they can do. It's only 15%. And that's how our health department gets a lot of the money they use for competitive grants. So I didn't put any dollar figure in, though I have strong opinions about what the dollar figure should be. But basically, it's asking that there be some kind of a specific support for low-income senior citizen or handicapped transportation needs. I personally believe, and I think many of my fellow assembly members do, that homelessness and low-income people are very, very dependent on public transportation in order to get around, and that it seems to me perfectly in the spirit of the grant to ask that this be looked at. So I would urge support for the amendment. Yes, pardon me. I move the amendment.
Second.
That I passed around. Thank you.
Push your button.
Questions to Debbie on her amendment? Mr. Flynn on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, if you don't mind, Ms. O'Neill, if you'd be so kind.
Oh,
I'm very
not Ms. O'Neill.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Corinne. I am supportive of what Debbie's trying to do here, and just if you could kindly verify with us that the way she's crafted this amendment is workable for the process that you have to go through.
Sure. Through the chair, Corinne O'Neill, Division of Neighborhoods. There are a couple things that I think need to be clarified. First of all, under CDBG, the regulations require that only 15% and no more can be used for operating or public service grants. And that right now, Neighborhoods has had a long-standing relationship with Health and Human Services to administer that funding. So that cap is somewhere usually between $250,000 and $300,000. But my understanding also is that Anchor Ride's gap is an operating gap. So you could only use that 15% to provide to Anchor Rides. And I did clarify with HUD over whether equipment or other capital projects could be bought with CDBG. And if it's the case of land or bus stops, that's doable in low-income neighborhoods. But right now, buying buses or things like that, there's strict regulations on equipment. So that's also not a viable option. So basically what you would be looking at is you have to take the 15% that's currently obligated to Alaska Legal Services, Covenant House, Rural Cap, and the Salvation Army, and you would have to cancel or not provide those contracts this year in order to provide operating money to Anchor Rides, as I see it.
Okay, so to clarify here, the 15% cap that exists in the current grant is already spoken for as the grant is formulated now.
It's not, I wouldn't say it's under contract as in spoken for.
You've already
It's proposed to go to these contractors based on their performance in the past year.
Okay, so if you were to add something to deal with transit, you'd have to deduct from one of those.
Correct.
Thank you.
As I see it.
Okay.
If it was an operating project.
Understood.
An operating gap.
Thank you, Corinne. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Honeman, on Ms. Osiander's amendment.
Right. And I think somewhere in there I might have just gotten the answer, but I just wanted to confirm for my own wrapping around. And I thank Ms. Osiander for the chance to address this with the amendment. Is it my understanding, and perhaps Ms. Osiander, is it my understanding then will this amendment direct the administration, i.e. through this project, to divert the money that, as Corinne just listed, from some of these operating grants going to these operators to low income or these folks for transportation purposes? Is that correct?
I mean, my understanding of the process is basically this would open up a potential major amendment. There are requirements for 3 public hearings and advertisements that have to occur before a major amendment could be approved. So basically, if we approve this, the city would put out an advertisement saying that there's a proposed change to focus on transportation needs. There'd be hearings, the Hand Commission would vote, and then we would get something back. It may be that the Hand Commission says flat out no. It may be that there's some regulatory flex in there that has not yet been identified. Before, there had been some discussion about bus stops. I guess I've heard contradictory things now. If buses themselves are capital or operating, I think it merits discussion.
Just a quick follow-up to that then. And what is the timeline? Again, I think you said it, but I missed it. I apologize. I was reading through.
I was told, and I was sent the regulations for public hearings. And basically, they don't have time to do this by December. And my understanding was January at the earliest.
Is that correct?
I just put the second meeting in January.
Okay.
So if you amended the plan, or we went back and we did the public process for a substantial amendment to the plan at this point, which I confirmed with HUD today that we would have to do, we could get it back before the Assembly probably in January after our public notice and public process. But then we would also have, a month after that. And then HUD has 45 days to review it, and I cannot send the plan to them until the Assembly has passed it to start that 45-day clock ticking. So you need to understand, I guess, the importance is that neighborhoods wouldn't have a budget on this probably until March, maybe April, and all of the contracts within this grant would be held up.
So essentially, I think that was the question I was looking for. What would be the impact? And God forbid, if for some reason we don't get a referral from a recommendation from the Hand Commission, or do we risk losing this funding through HUD, or is there a chance that if we postpone this and we waited and then it gets turned down or rejected somehow, or HUD could decide that that's not a good use of the money? Is that correct?
For community development block grants, the community decides what's the best use of the funding. And that's done through a rigorous public process that takes a long time. And so HUD won't come down and say, you don't get the money. As long as we submit a plan, we are eligible for this funding. And this is our application for that funding. Now, when we submit the plan, we're still expected to perform from January to December 31st. So the consequence would be is that it could impact neighborhoods' performance in the next year.
Is that all, Paul?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Starr, sir, on Debbie's amendment?
I think it has merit. For those of you who don't know what the plan looks like, this is it, and it is interesting reading. And I think Debbie's actually onto something, and I appreciate her diligence typically when she speaks up, especially at the end of the night, on something that's hard for a lot of us to understand. And so a week's worth of work to summarize an amendment that basically, and it's selfish to my area, there's no question about it, but we're getting beat up heavily in transportation needs. I took, and I'll speak to Mr. Hall only from that perspective of what I showed him when he did a neighborhood tour. And we have this category of folks out in our area. We're getting hammered in the transportation department. I don't think it's unused or unwise to do that. We can make it. I think Ms. O'Neill can pull it together, and I'm a supporter of the amendment. I think it's appropriate to do. Thank you.
Debbie, on your amendment?
Well, this is a substantial amount of money that profoundly affects us. This is about, $3.3 million. And yes, it's been through this public review, but if you look at the number of people who've actually testified, it's pretty limited. And it's pretty much the social service agencies. Frankly, there's some things in here that I would not have put money in, like the $190,000 for the housing assessment study, the $20,000 for a new plan for Fairview. I would rather do something that I see give a direct bang for the buck. And this is the only time as an assembly person who talks with a whole lot of people that I get a chance to try to influence the document. In all my other years, I've just read it and said, oh, well, that's maybe not quite what I've done, but I say pass it. Folks, we should send forth and try to influence what we hear. And I think we have profound transportation needs for some folks who really have significant problems. And so I think this is a good way to try to fix some of it.
Ms. Gray Jackson on Ms. Osiander's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Ms. Osiander for bringing forward this amendment. I think it's a really good one. And 3 areas that affects all of us, all of our constituents throughout our community. And I support this amendment, and I don't want to see any other grants held up, but Ms. Osiander has a really good point, and I wholeheartedly support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Harry on Ms. Osiander's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm having a hard time understanding that if we approve this amendment, it sounds like it's going to delay the entire grant and that neighborhoods will be unable to function. I appreciate Ms. Osiander's work on this. However, this is federal money, and all the noise we've been hearing over the last several weeks and months from certain candidates in this state tells me that this money doesn't belong here in the first place. And the other thing we need to remember is that Alaska is one of only 2 states in the entire nation that does not provide operating funds to any sort of public transit. And that is a huge problem. I don't think we should depend on the feds to provide us operating funds when what we have created here in our budget is a structural revenue problem by taxing well below the cap. We have other ways of dealing with this shortfall, and I strongly recommend that we allow this hardworking department to put through their grant application and get the money that's been promised to all these agencies that have worked their tails off for this community and not hold it back because we don't have the political will to solve this problem in another way. We also have to get on our state legislators' case to be funding transit. There are other communities in this state that provide a hell of a lot more percentage-wise of funding. Juneau, for example, take a look at Juneau's transit system online. It is extremely impressive, extremely impressive. Barrow, for crying out loud. We should be ashamed of ourselves for not properly funding transit, and I absolutely believe that Eagle River and South Anchorage should have way more transit than they currently do. I consider myself blessed to live near Spenard Road, where I saw 2 buses side by side today on that 2-lane southbound Spenard Road at Northern Lights. I'm always impressed by the level of walkers and bus riders in my neighborhood. It is heavily used and very much appreciated. But this is not the way to fund our shortfall, by holding up a whole lot of other grants that are very important for all those other issues. I think it would be a good thing to do for next year's grant, and I would support it then, but not right. And I think we should start right now, but not at this time and not in this place in the timeline for the grant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got a few more, and then we're going to get to the vote. Mr. Gutierrez on Ms. Osiander's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment absolutely has merit. There is no doubt about that. And I appreciate the work that's gone into this and where Ms. Osiander is trying to go. However, the questions raised about holding everything else up, I believe, Ms. O'Neill, you said until probably late March, April, that concerns me. That worries me greatly. So I guess my question to you is, short of this sort of formal amendment and going back through the process that would delay it so much, is there anything that can be done to reach the goals or at least make strides in the direction that Ms. Osiander is trying to go without holding the plan up for that long? I mean, is there another way around this roadblock?
Through the chair, Assemblyman Gutierrez, I'm not quite sure how to answer your question other than the fact that, I mean, I think you can see that Jody and I have been collaborating and working together. I mean, even in the planning process, you know, I encouraged her to come to the commission to testify. We tried to work through various options. The regulations for CDBG are very strict, and a couple of the options that we came up with, we couldn't figure out how to qualify. So I don't know that answers your question, but.
What's the process for this particular plan on an annual basis? When do you start working on this?
May.
Okay. So I think, is it safe to assume that if this amendment does not pass tonight, that we would see something like this in the plan that would begin coming in May?
Well, I think we'd have to have discussions with the administration and Department of Health and Human Services that has typically operated with this, and we'd have to take the testimony again when the action plan comes around of what people want in the community. So we'd have to, the neighborhoods has to consider all the public comments and respond to them.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think with that in mind, while the amendment does have merit, I am not going to support it this time. I don't think that it warrants slowing down the rest of the plan to that degree until April of next year. And Ms. Osiander's points are well taken as well. This is not a state that's ever placed a value on public transit, and I think that needs to change. And this community, I think, has always struggled with how much we value public transit and what it's worth to us, and I think we need to have a frank discussion about that. But for those reasons, I won't support this tonight.
I've got 3 more, and then we're going to vote. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Quickly.
Just real briefly, the reasons for perhaps not supporting this amendment have been made well addressed. I just would add that, Ms. Osiander, if this amendment fails, I'd be happy to co-author a resolution with you requesting that the HAN Commission consider public transit as an element of next year's CBG plan. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just have to say how much I really appreciate debate and hearing both sides of the story and listening real carefully, even at 10:20 at night. And as I said earlier, I really appreciate
big bucks.
Ms. Osiander bringing this amendment forward, and I support it, but I also don't want to see the rest of the community held up because of it, because I think that there are other ways, as Mr. Flynn just stated, to address this issue. So with that said, I am going to change my opinion and vote no, and hope that we can deal with this issue in other ways and not hold up other grants. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir, last comment.
No, it's another question about, and I guess I'm not in any hurry, but if you are, it's okay. We redirected some of the home
I can
funds.
stay as long as you can.
We
Your
redirected.
rumors further. Go ahead.
Heckling. We redirected some of the home funds last year from the Carlick Manor project to Birchwood. Did we have to reapply and redo our public process when we did that?
I think that we redirected them from the Chelsea end to Birchwood.
But it was a home grant. It was the same grant
It
application.
is, and
that
we
you
went
have
through a full substantial amendment process with a 30-day public hearing, a resolution through the commission.
to change the plan or to change the grant application?
Should change the plan, which is the grant application. They're synonymous.
And we did that mid-year, though, correct?
We did.
And that was for a project that didn't come through, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was basically the public outcry on Carlick Manor. The perception was changed at Rural Cap. Rural Cap couldn't match another grant.
Carlick Manor was never in the action plan and was never involved with the process.
Well, Rural Cap was, though, and they were a grant recipient.
They only received last year public service funding for their Housing First case manager program. The Chelsean was a project that was in development from NeighborWorks Anchorage.
From where?
NeighborWorks Anchorage, otherwise
But the HUD
known.
grant as well as part of this plan, though, correct? Here's my challenge, is if we run into the same situation mid-year this year where there's a grant applicant that can't utilize the funds that are in this grant, can we redirect them?
Yes, and we always do.
We can redirect them, or you have to do it through the process?
We have to go through the public process, which includes the assembly.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Please vote on Ms. Osiander's amendment. That amendment did not get included, did not pass. Now on the main motion in front of us, AR 2010-295. Please vote. The item was approved by the body. Next item is special orders. There are none. Unfinished agenda, there is none. Audience participation. Is there anybody that would like to address this assembly on any issue that we've not dealt with tonight? Anything at all? Assembly comments? Harriet? Chris? Elby?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pat? Bill? Ernie?
No, sir.
Paul?
No, sir.
Mike?
I'm going to break the trend. First snowfall's coming. Remember how to drive on ice and snow. Please be careful.
Debbie? Motion to adjourn, please. Second?
Second.
We're adjourned.